Sorry about that. 2 technical difficulties. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me tonight from whatever part of the worldwide tax plantation you may be tuning in from. Had to restart my computer just before the show. I have 1.5 million tabs open, and apparently it doesn't appreciate that too much. Decided to make all of the PDFs I have pulled up go blank. So let me remove that for now. So I had to reboot the computer and then find the specific place I was in each document, which I think I have like 20 documents open tonight. So anyway, thank you guys for joining me. It's good to see you guys here. Let's see who's showing up. We'll say hi to everybody. We have, Twilight Nights was in here some time ago. I don't know if Twilight was able to make it back, but if so, good to see you. Jehovah's daughter Barbara is with us. Good to see you. And Rem, thanks for stopping in, man. Make stupid people famous, of course. Thanks for stopping by. Chicago Cubby Bear, E. James, George, Saddle Bum. The Unidozer made it on the Rumble side. Awesome. Yeah, sorry the stream said 11 o'clock. There's like this weird thing with the clock on my computer, and then when I set up streams, the clock on my computer is correct. But when I set up streams, for some reason it sets the stream up an hour ahead of the time I put. It's kind of ridiculous. So I always have to double check. I didn't double check the Rumble side that time. But yeah, not 11, 10 o'clock. I'm glad you made it. Earthship Bears here with us. Good to see you, bro. So I've had some viewers asking me basically to do a show on where to start in researching law. I guess I can only come from my personal experience and point of view of where to. Okay, let's be quiet. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Stepdaughter. My own personal experience of how I research law. One of the things I've noticed, the most important thing to do, and I guess it kind of ties in, we can make an entire show out of it. It's not specifically going to be about researching law, but understanding these concepts and fundamental principles of law will help you to know exactly where to begin looking. And the very first place that one would begin to look is your financial status, your financial standing under the law. What is the financial standing of the nation? What do you use for money? Finances, I hate the term economics. To me, economy is just another word for slavery. The monetization of labor basically is what economy is. And but it is what it is, such as the society we live. And but economy, finances, and law are intimately intertwined, and the type of money you use and the financial standing of both you and the government that you are forced to be under or that claims authority over you are significant in determining what type of law you are under. We're going to take a look at Penhallow versus Doanes Administrators real quick. That I've got pulled up over here. I'm actually using dual screens tonight. Pretty cool. So I can see you guys comment and say things and show my screen simultaneously. Moving on into the modern age of streaming. Now we have Don stopped in. Good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. So Penhallow versus Doanes Administrators, 1795 case. Disputing who gets to claim and determine who claims a prize vessel from war. There's many gems in this case if you get a chance to read it, but 2 things. One, we're a Confederate Union. As I've said many times, I'm not going to go back through all of that. But if if you're new to the channel and you don't know that we are a Confederate Union and that every state is a Confederate state, go back and see my episode on the 14th Amendment deception, We are not United States citizens. I cover it there. I cover it quite often, but Michigan was a Confederate state. Every state that we pursued that was perceived to be in the Union against the Confederates were actually Confederate states, because the Articles of Confederacy are what formed the states. And the style of union that we are under is a confederation or confederacy. Confederacy is not synonymous with slavery or any of the things that they've programmed you to think. It's a style of union. And as it says here in Penhallow versus Doanes Administrators, it says, wherever an alliance is not corporate but confederate, the sovereignty resides in each state. That's from the Federalist Papers. Now, to the point of tonight's show, he says, now the state retained all powers which she did not expressly surrender to the Union. A state cannot cease to be sovereign without its own act, nor can sovereignty be asserted but upon a clear title. So if there is a lien against your estate, if the government has liens against its property, if there is a lien, a mortgage of any kind, you are not sovereign. Let's look back to the original setup of this country when we had the colonies, and then you had the Irish coming over as indentured servants. That indenture was their financial status. They didn't have the money to pay for a voyage from Ireland over here to the colonies, so they entered into a trust indenture to labor for the value of that voyage. Of course, those trust indentures were often stacked, and they made it tough for them to ever come up from under that indenture, that mortgage, and that was a whole problem in itself. But that's a perfect example. So regardless of what the law was in the colonies, as far as that Irishman was concerned, he was directly subject to the person who held his bond. And so sovereignty cannot be asserted. So even if this was a free country at that time and under common law and all that stuff, that person that was under the trust indenture, the Irishman, when he came over here, he would be subject to the person holding his bond, regardless of what law everyone else was under. And that was directly related to his financial status, if that makes sense. Sovereignty can only be asserted upon a clear title. Okay, so your title, the title that we have, is directly related to how do I put this? We don't have access to lawful money. Sovereigns use gold and silver. Okay, that's a good way to put it. Sovereigns use gold and silver, primarily silver, but gold as well, right? These are actual lawful monies. These are constitutionally lawful monies, right? Slaves use notes. Okay, we don't actually have access to lawful money, right? We'll take it. So does everybody in here, and I hope everybody who tunes in later, we know what Federal Reserve notes are, right? They're promissory notes. They represent obligations of the United States government to pay at a future date. Okay, they're not actually lawful money. If we go, did I pull up the Constitution here? Let's see, we'll just do this. So Article 1, Section 10, if you're not familiar with this, Article 1, Section 10 says, no state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, which letter of marque and reprisal is basically authorization granted by one sovereign to privateers to pillage the vessels of an enemy sovereign. It's actually what the bar licenses could be considered letters of marque and reprisal granted by one sovereign to pillage the vessels of enemy sovereigns, and that's what they use to police. But that we're not getting into that right now. Anyways, reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in the payment of debts. Okay, so we're only supposed to be using gold and silver coin. Now, they circumvented this by saying that, the United States says, oh, well, this was applied to the states and not to the United States because it's a separate entity in itself, and it has the power to issue currency, and They contracted the Federal Reserve, which is a private corporation. Now, tonight I have some awesome stuff for you guys. I found an awesome resource. It's a Harvard Law School project, case law project, and it's literally access to every case law from every state and the United States throughout the entire history of the country. And I mean, it's an excellent resource. And I'm going to show you guys some really cool stuff that I found. But right now, we're looking at this. So we're supposed to be using gold and silver. Federal Reserve notes are not money. Okay. And I've actually, through that resource, I found a few case laws to show you. This is State v. Nealon from the Oregon Supreme Court. It says right here that checks, drafts, money orders, and banknotes are not lawful money of the United States, and that they could not find the defendant guilty unless they believe that he converted or failed the account for United States coins or treasury notes, commonly called greenbacks. So checks, drafts, money orders, and banknotes are not lawful money because they don't have immediate tangible value. Okay, especially notes. Notes are evidences of debt. Okay, so the note isn't valuable until the note's been satisfied. And if the note's been satisfied, then it's just money. It's not a note anymore. So that's kind of what they mean by that. Fidelity Savings versus State Bank. Right, is that what it is? Fidelity Savings State Bank versus Grimes. Sorry. Fidelity Savings Bank, State Bank versus Grimes. A payment by note is not a payment in cash. In fact, a note is not payment at all, but only a promise to pay. Okay. We have, oops, let me get rid of that. This is Rain v. State, Tennessee Supreme Court. Says, it says that legal tender. So basically it says that, the banker, having been acquitted as to the first two offenses for the instruction, is erroneous, not only because making legal tender synonymous with good and lawful money, which is not the law, but because the word of the use obtained, which would be applicable. Basically, it's saying that legal tender is not good and lawful money. It doesn't mean that good and lawful money cannot be legal tender, as Article 1, Section 10 says, but it's basically saying just because the Federal Reserve, just because the bank says that something is legal, or the government says that something is legal tender, if it's not constitutional money, then it's not lawful tender, even if it's being used as legal tender. We got what is this? Blackshear Manufacturing Company versus Harrell. This is Georgia 191. Volume 191. Bank checks and promissory notes are not payment until themselves paid, and a promissory note taken in renewal of a previous note or for a balance due on such note or account will not, until that note is actually paid, operate as payment, or operate as an accord and satisfaction or novation extinguishing the previous note or indebtedness, unless the parties so agree. So a note cannot be constituted as payment unless both parties agree, right? Let's see, what else did I find? Oh, this is about the income tax. So we're going to get to this a little bit later. So the Federal Reserve note is not money, and it does not constitute payment constitutionally, and in the eyes of the Supreme Court pre-1950, many cases illustrate how the Federal Reserve note is not payment. Well, this is significant because if sovereignty can only be asserted upon a clear title, but we do not have access to money, how could we possibly, not only are we not sovereign right now, but how could we possibly ever become sovereign without access to money to pay our debts? We cannot pay any debts. All we can do is exchange debt and exchange legal titles, as I've explained to you guys many times on this channel. So, Make Stupid People Famous says, we can each start a business, charge each other 1 million Fed notes for service, sell the debt to debt collectors, and trade our notes for gold. Actually, man, that's a pretty good idea. That's not bad. I mean, technically, but here's the thing. In order to do that, there's an entire, I forget which section of the United States Code. I think it's under Title 11. it's in creating debt securities, you have to have surety to you have to have collateral in order to create a valid debt security. We actually are the surety for the Federal Reserve note. So that's what I was going to get to. Let's jump to this real quick. Thank God it opened, guys, because if it didn't open and I had to restart my computer, I was going to be pissed. All right. So we've gone over this many times. This is a mainstay document on this channel. Hold on one second for me, everybody. This document is a mainstay on this channel. This is the most significant piece of contemporary history that we have. I say contemporary because it's within the last 100 or so years, 1933, when everything really changed. Well, everything really changed during the Civil War. And we should all know this by now, with the 14th Amendment and the restructuring of our republic from a Confederate republic under the, as it originally was, where each state was its own nation in an alliance with the other states, and the federal corporation being created by the states to represent our international interests with other nations, and to regulate commerce between the nation states themselves and the republic. But we went from that to a corporate union with the federal government as the head, and it territorially occupying and militarily occupying each of the several formerly Confederate states, including the Unions. So they're all each of the formerly sovereign states, let's put it that way, and entirely under the purview of the arbitrary legislation of Congress. That's when it really changed. But this is the second point where it changed the most significantly in all of our history, right? So this is Congressional Record, March 9th, 1983, or 1933, page 83, second paragraph on the left hand, says, if the Republican Party had released itself from the clutches of Wall Street and expanded the currency immediately after the stock market crash in 1929, or within a year after the crash, our people would have been saved from this awful money panic. Our president will doubtless ask amendments to this new law when conditions are more normal and when it is better understood. Under the new law, the money is issued to the banks in return for government obligations, bills of exchange, draft notes, trade acceptances, and bankers' acceptances. The money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar because it is backed by the credit of the nation. It will represent a mortgage. Now, this is the most important part of this. It will represent a mortgage on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation. So every single one of the, what they call money, erroneously call money, these Federal Reserve notes. So a little brief history for those of you who aren't familiar. I know I have new subscribers, new followers on Rumble all the time. I want to just give a little brief history of what's going on here. The Civil War was primarily to destroy state sovereignty and allow the United States Corporation to usurp all of the citizenry of each of the several states in order to use the citizenry as collateral for future loans made once they established a central bank. So they literally operate on these long-term plans. Everything they did was with this in mind. Okay, the United States Corporation, it had control of the debt. It held the debt of the nation, but it didn't really have a citizenry of its own, as we'll cover in a little bit. And so that was the purpose of the 14th Amendment. See, not having its own citizenry severely limited its borrowing power because governments historically used their citizenry as the collateral for their loans. And the banks are all too happy to do that because the repayment of the loan is secured by the taxes of the citizenry. This whole scheme was cooked up by the small hat Rothschilds, right? And it took off, and it's one of the reasons why they've pretty much conquered every nation, economically conquered every nation. So, let me see here. So, anyways, the Andrew Jackson kicked the banks out. So you had the first bank of the United States was established 1791. It was given a 20-year charter. Congress refused to renew their charter. Boom, War of 1812, right? I'm just giving you guys a brief history. War of 1812 happened. It ended once we renewed the charter for the first Bank of the United States. The first Bank of the United States was in all the way up till Andrew Jackson became president. Andrew Jackson ran on the presidential platform, vote for the man who will get rid of the bank. Interesting thing about Jackson, for those of you who don't know, he despised both the England and the banks because he was an officer during the War of 1812, was captured as a POW, and was treated very poorly by the British, and lost most of his immediate family due to circumstances resulting from that war. I can't remember specifically how. So he was very bitter towards the banks because that was a bankers' war, and towards England. So when he ran for president, he ran on the platform, vote for the man who killed the bank. His first term as president, he fired a bunch of people in the government that worked for the bank. And his second term as president, he was able to finish the job, and he kicked the bank out of the United States. And it remained gone until the Federal Reserve was established in 1913. He was a huge thorn in their side. And you guys can look this up on his deathbed. They asked him what his life's greatest accomplishment was. And he said, "I killed the bank." Okay, that was Andrew Jackson. Actually had an assassin try to kill him. Both pistols misfired. And Old Hickory whooped the assassin's ass, and then the assassin was tried and found not guilty by reason of insanity. And of course, rumor has it, with no way to substantiate it, all the rest of the stuff I just said you can substantiate, but they say that he was heard later bragging he was hired by powerful men in Europe to kill the president. They said if he got caught, that they'd get him off, and well, he probably ended up getting, you don't go around talking about that. He probably got taken care of anyway. But so they engineered the Civil War. Of course, the Vatican was a huge player behind that. The Vatican controls the central banks. I mean, this whole situation is so multifaceted. We can't possibly cover every aspect of it every time. But just like Lincoln said, he said this war would not be possible if not for the sinister influence of the Jesuits. And Charles Chiniquy, whom Lincoln had defended in a court case prior to that. What was that video? Yahoo Mail? Oh, sorry guys, I got an email. He had said that the Jesuits were responsible for the death of Lincoln in a book he wrote later. Blah blah blah. Anyway, so the bank was out of the country. The Civil War destroyed the original republic, turned it into a corporate union. Centralized, gave the federal government supreme authority over the states, centralized the borrowing power, and allowed the United States to expand their net of collateral to the citizenry within the states by claiming all the state citizens as United States citizens, which we are not. And then that led to this point here. The Federal Reserve was established in 1913. Woodrow Wilson passed the Federal Reserve Act December 23rd. While most of Congress was out on Christmas vacation, also created the IRS at the same time. And the Federal Reserve immediately began manipulating our currency, inflating, deflating the currency, manipulating the stock market, caused the stock market crash in 1928, which caused the Great Depression, culminating in this right here, where FDR ended up issuing a state of emergency, like a wartime state of emergency, shutting down all the banks and mortgaging the property rights of the people after confiscating their gold. So here's where we are now. They mortgaged the property rights of the people. You guys can see it black and white right here. And this determines the law you're under. You cannot be indentured and free simultaneously. It's impossible. It says right here, it'll represent a mortgage on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation. Okay, ignore this. This is directly from congress.gov. I downloaded this PDF, and it's really inconvenient to try to highlight and show stuff with it. But just this side of the column represents a mortgage on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation. All right, so let's look into mortgage a little bit. This is a great resource. It's called the Free Dictionary. And what's cool about it is you can choose the type of dictionary you want to look at. Pick legal dictionary, and it gives you only the legal definitions. and it cites the various law dictionaries it uses, like this one, for instance. If we go down to the bottom, it's going to be from West's Encyclopedia of American Law, 2nd edition, copyright 2008. All right, so mortgage. A mortgage, right, it means dead pledge. Mort, dead, gage, pledge. It's the Norman English name. So it says it's a legal document by which the owner, i.e. the buyer, transfers to the lender an interest in real estate. Okay, so if we go back over here, you are the real estate. Now, you have to understand that this means this is a mortgage on the property rights, your property rights, not because as each of these notes are issued in series, right? They're continuously being issued. Every time there's a mortgage, they're issued. They print new notes, right? They're not making you go through and in order to own property, you have to register it, okay? So by forcing you to register your property is a lien on your property rights. You even have to register your children. That's the first mortgage, okay? So in order to have a lien on property that you do not own yet, as they issue these notes in order to, so it represents a mortgage on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation. Well, what about children, right? They're part of the people of the nation. These children all have a mortgage on their property rights. There's a lien on their property rights. Everybody has a lien on their property rights. This is why you have to pay property taxes. This is on your cars, on your homes. This is why you have to go register your car, because it's not yours. There's a lien on it. Somebody has a financial interest in your vehicle, right? These bankers do. They have a financial interest in your conveyance. And they have a financial interest in everything you quote unquote own, because you don't actually own anything. You cannot purchase anything. You don't have access to money, right? And this is because you're using debt as legal tender, as currency, and it's not money. So back to the mortgage, right? Says transfers to lender an interest in real estate. So that's us, to secure the repayment of a debt evidenced by a mortgage note. When the debt is repaid, the mortgage is discharged, and a satisfaction of mortgage is recorded with the register or recorder of deeds in the county where the mortgage was recorded. But see, there is no satisfaction of this mortgage that they're talking about in the congressional record. There is no end date. It's perpetual indenture. Okay, there is no repayment period. There is no limit or term for this indenture. It's perpetual as long as Federal Reserve notes are issued. So anyway, the party who borrows the money and gives the mortgage, the debtor, is the mortgager. The party who pays the money and receives the mortgage, the lender, is the mortgagee. Under early English and U.S. law, and understand that the law of mortgage is ancient. It goes all the way back to ancient Greece and before. Okay, mortgages are not a new concept, and there is no, so when a country is formed, like when the United States is formed, it's not like we just made up new law. Law has been handed down through the ages. Okay, it evolves and adapts according to new circumstances in each nation, but generally there's only a few different types of law, and every nation uses one form or the other, or a mixture of them. Right, and we've went over this before: common law, maritime law, which commercial code, trust and estate law, and all these things have been formulated and practiced by essentially what amounts to a series of secret societies called the Inns of Court and the Bar Association for a long time, since at least the 12 and 1300s. But anyways, here's where it gets interesting, right? Under early English and U.S. law, the mortgage was treated as a complete transfer of title from the borrower to the lender. The lender was entitled not only to payments of interest on the debt, but also to the rents and profits of the real estate. This meant, as far as the borrower was concerned, the real estate was of no value, that is, dead, until the debt was paid in full. And that's why it's called a dead pledge. So now let's think about this. Let's put it in an analogy, right? So say you go to get a mortgage, get a loan, and you mortgage your farmland, okay, or a plot of your farmland. All right. So while that mortgage is outstanding, while that loan is outstanding, and that farmland is held in trust, okay, anything that's grown on that land belongs to the lender, Okay, it's as if that land bears no fruit for you. It's barren or dead, because everything that comes off of that land, all the profits and produce of that land, belongs to the lender. Now think about that in the context of our property rights being held in trust. Now revenue laws should make a lot more sense. Okay, traffic tickets and income tax and all of these, and licensing and registration, these are all beneficial use of the property, i.e. us, the United States citizen, while the loan is outstanding. Okay, that's what revenue laws are. That's a beneficial use of the property. It's literally called farming. It's literally called farming. I shit you not. Look at this, right? Farm. Legal dictionary, right? Oops, it's not available in the legal dictionary. Let's go back to the regular one. Farm. Where is it at? Yeah, it's land. And the system of leasing out the rights and collecting of retaining taxes in a certain district. A district so leased, right? To pay a fixed sum in order to have the right to collect and retain profits from a business, for example, right? A district of which one or more taxes are leased. So this whole, when you look at like different loan companies and mortgage companies and stuff, and they're called like, say, Farmers Insurance or Farm and Loan Trust Company, right? Farm, this is the type of farming they're talking about. They're talking about you are the cattle, they're the farmers. That's how they look at this stuff, right? To collect the monies due and retain the profits from a tax district, business, etc., for a specified period. Payment of a sum or sums, right? To operate a franchise under similar conditions. By the way, the United States citizen is a franchise. I'll prove that tonight. I've got a boatload of court cases, Supreme Court cases, that prove some pretty interesting stuff. But we got to start with the understanding of the mortgage and all that good stuff. So check this out. Damnification, right? So that which causes a loss or damage to a society or to one who has indemnified another. For example, when a society has entered into an obligation to pay the debt of the principal, sort of like the United States citizen, which is a franchise to the United States corporation, they enter into an obligation to pay the debt of the principal, i.e. the United States, and the principal has become bound in a bond to indemnify the surety. The latter has suffered a damnification the moment he becomes liable to be sued for the debt of the principal. It's literally called damnification. They damned us. They damned the United States citizen, more specifically. Okay, that's the linchpin to this whole thing, is it's the United States citizen. Now, we are not, I repeat, we are not United States citizens, okay? I have absolute concrete evidence, as usual, as always. I always have concrete evidence of this stuff, right? Let me see which case it was. Yeah, check this out. The privileges, because United States citizens are not protected by the Constitution. Can you guys see this, or do I need to zoom in a little bit over here? You guys probably need me to zoom in. The privileges and immunities of citizens of the United States do not necessarily include all the rights protected by the first 8 amendments to the federal Constitution against the powers of the federal government. What? What do you mean United States citizens aren't protected by the first 8 amendments of the Constitution? All right. Let's see here. Let's back up. Check this out. sorry guys, trying to make sure you can read it yourselves. If I can find it. Oh, where did it go? The only absolute and unqualified right of citizenship, i.e. United States citizenship, is to residence within the territorial boundaries of the United States. Suppose I should tell you what court cases these are, huh? The last one was Maxwell v. Dow. That's volume 176 of the United States Supreme Court, right? 581. This is United States versus Valentine, and this is volume 288. I'll have to show you guys how to navigate this a little bit later. But anyways, this is a Supreme Court case that literally admits the only absolute right of a United States citizen is to residence within the territorial boundaries of the United States. That's the only right a citizen has, a United States citizen has. The only amendment that applies to a United States citizen is the 14th Amendment, the one that gives it birth. And this is the corporate franchise. This is not a, so let me find this case for you guys. No, this shows, we'll get to that one. There are two classes of citizenship under our form of government, citizens of the state and of the United States, and one may be a citizen of the latter and not be a citizen of the former. This is Gardena versus Board of Registrars. Okay. This is franchises. We'll get back to that one. Yeah, we just did that one. This is Bush Barber. This is money one. Hold on a second. Trying to find. Bear with me for a second. There we go. We'll get back to that one. Thought I had these somewhat in some kind of order, and I highlighted them to know what I wanted to read out of each one. Like the franchise, Bush Barber, thanks checks. Seems like I'm missing one here. Which one is this? Oh yeah, this is definitely one of them. Where's the... There it is. Jeez. Okay, for this purpose, it is necessary. So this is basically when the United States took over a territory belonging to Mexico and claimed the citizens as United States citizens. So they were basically like a military occupation, claiming these people under their jurisdiction, right? It says, for this purpose, it is not necessary to inquire whether under our form of government there can be a citizen of the United States who is not a citizen of one of the states. I have no doubt that those born in the territories or in the District of Columbia are so far citizens as to entitle them to the protection guaranteed to citizens of the United States in the Constitution and to the shield of nationality abroad. But it is evident that they have not the political rights which are vested in the citizens of the states. So United States citizens do not have the rights guaranteed by the Constitution that are granted to the citizens of the states. Okay? They are not constituents of any community in which is vested any sovereign power of government. Their position partakes more of the character of subjects than of citizens. They are subject to the laws of the United States, but have no voice in its management. If they are allowed to make laws, the validity of these laws is derived from the sanction of a government in which they are not represented. Mere citizenship they may have, but the political rights of citizens they cannot enjoy until they are organized into a state and admitted into the Union. Okay, United States citizens have no political power. They have no sovereign capacity. United States citizens are subjects. They are corporate enfranchisements, right? So, let's see. This is People, XREL Kimberly versus De La Guerrera. That's California Supreme Court, 1870, right? So, this right here. So we've got a couple. Let's see, where did I put? There it is. So now the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. The government tries to lie to you and say that it is not a privately owned bank. Okay, this is Lewis v. United States. There, you guys can, pause the video, whatever the case may be, copy this citation down, and then look it up yourself. Examining the organization and function of the Federal Reserve banks and applying the relevant factors, we conclude that the reserve banks are not federal instrumentalities for the purposes of FTCA, but are independent, privately owned, and locally controlled corporations. Okay. Each Federal Reserve Bank is a separate corporation owned by commercial banks in its region. The stock-holding commercial banks elect 2/3 of each bank's 9-member board of directors. The remaining 3 directors are appointed by the Federal Reserve Board. So there's no government oversight of this organization. It's not federal. It's not government at all. It is a privately owned bank, and Congress has mortgaged the property rights of the United States citizens, which are corporate franchises, to secure the issuance of Federal Reserve notes, which do not constitute payment of any kind. And that is what we use as currency. But we're a free country. What? How are we a free country? If we're a free country, why do I have to go sign my vehicle over to the government and then pay for permission to use it? And then also, so basically, I'm registering my property to be used as collateral and as part of an estate, a trust estate, right? And then obtaining permission to actually use it via licensing that's attached to an account number they use to generate revenue whenever they feel like arbitrarily pulling me over. But we're a free country, right? No. So let's see. Let's see what Ethan said over here. I'm going to scroll up a bit. How far, Ethan? Let's see. Couldn't be that far. He says, I did a FOIA request regarding my citizenship status with DHS and BP, and both said they had no record of my citizenship status and they don't have jurisdiction over me. Really? That's awesome, man. So if they have no jurisdiction, well, of course they don't have jurisdiction if you know how to prove the fraud anyway. But how do you operate? So here's my question is, how do you operate in the public realm, like in commerce? This is, that's an interesting predicament. So if they don't have any kind of record, so the whole thing is to use the corporation in a fiduciary capacity to engage in commerce as like a buffer against commercial liability. But if they don't have any record of it, interesting. Let's see, where was I going with this? Yeah, so the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. Let's see. I'll put I'm going to put a StreamYard link if you want to come up here, man, and explain your experience. That would be, I'm sure everybody would be interested to hear it. Let me see. Yeah, Ethan, if you want to pop up here, you are definitely more than welcome. I'm interested in what process you did. Yeah, Emilios man says he's interested. Feel free to click the link, dude, and come on up. I'll keep an eye out for you. So, the United States citizenship is the linchpin of this whole thing, right? Because so first of all, in order to mortgage the property rights of state citizens, each of the state governments would have had to get together and do what first they would have to be able to establish supremacy, sort of like a master servant subject relationship over to the citizens, which the Constitution of each state prevents, right? That's why state citizenship is an ideal status. And then also each state would have to do it independently and enter into their own agreement with the bank. That's why they needed the 14th Amendment to make this whole thing go off without a hitch. They needed to expand the citizenship to within the states so that they only had to have basically one mortgage, one massive mortgage through federal Congress instead of having to go through each of the states, right? Let's see here. We'll go here. Let's see what happened with the shiesty 14th Amendment, right? So 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. So this is Congressional Record, June 13th, 1967, right? Page 15641. You guys can go navigate. Oh, Ethan decided to come up. Let me pull this back. How you doing?
What up, dude? Good, dude. How are you?
I'm doing good. So what happened? Do share.
So I went on this website. If everyone wants to write this down, I'll give everyone a few seconds and then I'll pull it up. So I went on and did a FOIA request for my citizenship status, and yeah, I think that was it. And then within a week, they sent me back an email. It was free, by the way. And then they sent me back an email that said,
So who did you FOIA request?
It was the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, but there's a specific portion of it that you need to get to that I'm trying to navigate to right now.
Yeah.
The reason I jumped on so quick actually was because as soon as I said all that, YouTube removed my ability to make comments in the chat.
Nuh-uh, for real?
Yeah. So I immediately could no longer say anything to you or to anyone.
Well, we're dual streaming to Rumble as well, so they can take this video down, but they're not going to take it down off Rumble.
Wow. People, whoever's live or whoever's on right now should either record this or write stuff down, because this one, actually, I might have blown your stream. Sorry, dude. Actually, now that I'm saying
I don't care. That's why I dual stream to Rumble. Plus, I got it backed up on StreamYard, so
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on the website right now. So the website, for anyone, I'll say the website and then I'll say it again in a second so everyone can write it down. It's myaccount.uscis.gov, and it's part of the Homeland Security website. So what you do is you go to the Department of Homeland Security, and then you look for the places where they talk
US about what? Hold on, US what?
So it's going to be my account, and it's USC IS.
Okay.
And the IS stands for Immigration Services. So it's U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. And then what you do is you create an account and you log in, and then you fill the form out. But when you fill it out, you have to fill it out as like lower.
Well, of course,
no capital letters.
Yeah, that's the capitis diminutio maxima.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to like fill it out as the living man.
Yeah.
Or woman. And then when they send you back the results and like put stuff in brackets and all that nonsense and shenaniganry, and then they send you back this letter, which sounds insane. The letter is crazy, you guys. So when you get it back, basically what it says, it's very like oddly and awkwardly written, and they allude a lot of things and they avoid saying certain things, and it's very like it's almost confusing. But basically, when you look at what they're saying, they're saying, because you're not a citizen, you're not under our purview. We don't have you like under our jurisdiction or whatever they say. They basically saying, we can't give you information about you because you're not in our system. You're not like, you're separate from what we do, because this is the Department of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration, I guess. So it's it's the Department of Homeland Security, and it's the USCIS.
And then I'm gonna pin that. I'm gonna pin that to the to my YouTube chat for anybody who comes through. Just since YouTube decides they don't want to let you comment. Let's see what
that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna pull up all the info. I was gonna get all my stuff, but I just like, as soon as you said I'll jump on, I grabbed my computer and stuff. So I'm like just kind of like letting everything get loaded up. But I will try to find stuff for everybody and get into my accounts and whatnot. But yeah, it's pretty wild, because when you, obviously for everyone, you know, because we're talking about this, basically when you ask them, they will tell you, you requested this information, we cannot give it to you because you're not that person. You're not in our purview. You're separate. They say it, and they say it without saying it. So, and the reason I wanted to share that was because obviously you do a great job with everything, and you're providing evidence for everything, and I want to support that. So I want to say, that's it right there. That's where everyone needs to be. Once you get there, you guys start filling out the form that's in there for your citizenship status. And then when they send you back, okay, so here's why that's so important. Because let's say you're doing your birth certificate, your passport, or your social security card request, whatever. And a lot of people are requesting their original social security application forms because it says informant on the birth certificate and all this stuff. When you get back the form that says you as a living person are not in our purview because we only deal with citizens, that's pretty powerful. That's like pretty solid evidence. You could use that in the court and say, you know, I try to get my citizenship status requested from the freaking DHS, the Department of Homeland Security and Citizenship and Immigration, and they said they have no records of me. They say they can't give me any information. They can't talk to me. What does that mean? That means I'm not that corporate fiction. That means I'm not that thing.
Have you filed any paperwork with anybody before?
I have my birth certificate now authenticated and apostilled. Minus that, not really. Though I have an LLC, I have a trust. I have my name copywritten. I try to get it patented, and the state I live in, I'm not going to say it on this just in case, but the state I live in, they waited until after the due date for me to return all the edits. And then they said, sorry, you waited too long. I was like, yeah, of course I waited too long. You didn't even send me back the edits page until after the due date. Like, what? They're screwy. They play games with you. So
they try to. It's their court. Yeah. Like it's like, yeah, both figuratively and literally. It's their game. You know what I mean? So that's why I say the best that, like, yeah, that's valuable. Like, I'm definitely going to look into this now. I never heard anything about this, but I can
give you a resource. The reason I don't want to drop resources like in the chat and stuff, Ryan, is because I don't want people not to support you. So if you want me to, I kind of will. The other thing too is, you know, people hear resources and then they go look and they're like, that's a bunch of nonsense. But the place where I got it from, honestly, you know, it's legit, and I got the information I was looking for, and I have all the lights.
Well, here's my views on it. One, I only do this to get the information out there because this only ends when enough people stop participating in it. And here's the thing, we don't have to do anything other than realize the scam. That's all you have to do, is just realize this is a scam. You're not a United States citizen. There was no United States citizen prior to the 14th Amendment. I mean, it was such an ambiguous gray area in the law that it was brought up several times in court cases throughout the early and mid 1800s. Like, okay, so the Constitution says that the Congress has the ability to make uniform laws on naturalization and on the subject of bankruptcy. But what does that even mean? Because you can't be a citizen without being a citizen of the state. There was no such thing as a citizen of the United States. It was like an abstract concept, you know?
Mhm.
And the 14th Amendment created United States citizenship under the guise of providing rights to the newly freed slaves. But of course, it was just a bar association scam, a way for them to get their foot in the door. They did some other backdoor shit where they granted corporations personhood in 1886. I was actually going to go over this tonight, and they do all of this with foresight. There's a reason that in the 14th Amendment they use the word persons and not people. You know, the Constitution says we the people, but then you go to the 14th Amendment, it says all persons instead of people. You know, and so they did this with the foresight of creating personhood under the 14th Amendment, corporate personhood under the 14th Amendment. And all you have to do is just stop participating, recognize that it's not a conscionable contract, you know. So I don't see why long story short, I don't see why any information you have to provide would be harmful, you know. Like, why would people, it wouldn't necessarily be any kind of bad reflection on me or my channel or my information. I provide receipts to back up everything I say.
It definitely would not. And in fact, it would. I do know for a fact that everything that, like, all these other people that I look into, everything that they're, because I'm actually new to your channel. So like you're like the most recent person that I found. And what's awesome is that your shit is so on point, because everything that all these other people are saying, especially all their best stuff, it's like, that's what your streams are. It's just like one heavy hitter after the next. So I don't want to detract from that though, because I see the value that what you're producing is fantastic, and I don't want to blow up your channel. But what everyone should recognize is that the content you're producing is so good and so juicy. Like, it's awesome. Now, what I will say is that if you do want me to, I could send it to you, and then you can do with the resources as you will.
We have a private chat on here. If you're not wanting to put it in the public chat for whatever reason, if you go to the right-hand side or whatever it is on your side of the screen, there's a private chat in the icons. It says comments, banners, brand, private chat, and whatever you want to put on there that you don't want in the public stream, you can put it right there.
Okay, yeah, I see this now, actually. Okay, I mean, I'll send it to you. I want to support you, so, if I hear good stuff, I'm gonna share it. But I'll only drop resources that you really want me to, because I do want to support you. I think that what you're doing is awesome. I do want to share one other thing that I learned this week that's gonna blow everybody's mind. Okay, check this out. Actually, if you want to go verify this for me, that actually would be helpful too, because I heard it, but I actually didn't verify it myself yet. And I'm not sure how you feel about Black's Law, but I guess according to the Black's Law dictionary, maybe it was Black's Law. I hope it is, because it's easy to find. According to Black's Law, thanks, Gary. The word "of" means without. So when you hear United States of America, that's United States without America. When you hear Constitution of the United States, that's a constitution without the United States. The state of Minnesota means the state without Minnesota. If that's true, and if you say like, oh, I'm a national of America, it's like, oh, okay, you're a national without America.
Here's a question I have for you, and of course, this is something you say you've heard. So
yeah,
I totally get that. But do you know what version or what edition of Black's Law? So let me tell you something about Black's Law. One, Black's Law it's highly accurate. It's a book of necromancy. It's Black's Law. It's words to govern the dead, words to command the dead. There's no other way around it. You can say that's crazy or whatever, but it's 100% a book of necromancy. I can tell you that when I was on a court hearing with friend of the court in my car on a Zoom call, and the area code and phone number came up on my dashboard for who I was connected with. The area code was 666. I mean, these people are absolutely satanic. It's a book of necromancy. That being said, it is their book. It is what they use. So it's definitely valuable to know. You got to speak the language, and but the editions. So like in the first, and so like in the edition I have the show tonight, it's the 6th edition. So from the second to the 6th edition, there's the 14th Amendment. They admit that it created the United States citizen. It says it created, or at least recognized for the first time, the concept of United States citizen. Mm-hmm. And then the one I have a physical copy of, which my dad got me, Black's Law 11th edition, mm-hmm. They omit that. They don't change the definition. They just omit the damning parts of it. So like it may say in a later edition if it says of, and it's, it might be like see something else, or somehow they'll find a way to circumvent it in the later editions as people start to become more hip to it. But I'm trying to find it. I'm actually pulling it up right now on the 6th edition, and we're going to go to of. So it's freaking really inconvenient to navigate this thing on the internet though.
Yeah, I'm on here too, trying to dig. And I didn't catch the edition. To be honest, I don't know if the person who was sharing the info did say it. But it was happening so fast that when I heard that, I was just like, wow, this all makes so much sense now, because if they can use the word or the term of to mean without, I mean, it's like, damn, I went back and changed a document today, like an 8-page document, and I had to remove the word of out of the whole thing and restructure all the sentences, because if they want to try to use that, in a nefarious way.
Well, another alternative to that, and this is a little trick because it's called words of art, right? Mm-hmm. So essentially, as long as your words are etymologically sound, you can actually create your own code of definitions at the beginning of any legal document that you want, the same way that they do. Does that make sense?
Totally.
So you could be like, of as used in this, as used in this work, or whatever you call it, as used in this affidavit means this. And then, so no matter what, they can't say you mean something else, because you've expressly defined what that word is to mean in your document.
That's awesome. I might actually do that, because damn, I wish I would have known that earlier. That sucks. It was a lot. It's like, you don't realize how much you use a term, and it could be super nefarious, and then all of a sudden it's in there 47 times, and you're like, oh my gosh. So okay, that's good. But yeah, I will I'll do a little digging on that. I'll go back and rewatch what I was watching where I heard that from, and then I'll try to drop it if I can. That way you don't have to do a ton of digging around. And but yeah, everyone jump on U.S. Citizenship and Immigration, and then if anyone wants those sources, I'll try to get those for everybody too, for where I found that info, and try to help everybody with it, because there is like maybe 1 or 2 things you have to do that's kind of specific with the UCSIS whatever website, that when you're filling out the form, you kind of have to fill it out in a certain way so that when you submit it, it's like definitely you as the living person. That way, when you get that letter back that states, sorry, we have no record of you because you're outside of our purview, that's what you want. That's the golden ticket right there, because now that's just confirmation that we're looking for.
There's a gentleman I'd like to remind people, and no offense to you, but there is no golden ticket. There is no silver bullet. We're militarily occupied by a hostile foreign corporation. And here's the thing. There's a kid I did a show on about a year ago. His name was Chase Allen. And he went through and got his whole passport and everything, his national passport, and the local cops hated him and stuff. It was like it blew up for a short period of time. What happened? They stopped him and started harassing him on something bogus, and then shot him to death. Right? So like, that's what these people can do and will do. And if you should look up the video about Chase Allen, just go see what happened to him. It'll enrage you. Like, you know, the kid, he knew what he was talking about. His whole family, like his mom, everybody were practicing, you know, nationals, and they knew that how to stand on what they were doing. And I believe that's why they shot him, is because they were causing too much of a problem in their local area. He was driving around without plates. He had been to court before. He had beat him in court before. There's nothing they could do about it. So they basically, they were like, gun, and they unloaded on this kid in the front seat of his car. And it, you know, it was, yeah, there's no silver bullet no matter what paperwork you have. The best, you know, the best thing I can say is learn how to prove the fraud, which is what, you know, we try to do on this channel, is to show people, like, you can prove that United States citizenship is an unconscionable contract. I did find well, here's the whole thing, and it's an ancient law of contracts going back hundreds and hundreds of years. Fraud vitiates a contract. So there has to be knowledgeable consent for a contract to be valid. And now here's another thing, is it has to be a conscionable contract. Okay. Right. And a conscionable contract means each party has to receive conscionable consideration, basically, like no person. So when you were a state citizen or an inhabitant, if you look at these old documents, people were referred to as inhabitants. And it's actually in the original Michigan state constitution, when they talk about voting rights, they say, you know, state citizen over the age of 20, blah, 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 or any inhabitant over the age of 20. So there's a difference between citizens are subject to the government and they forfeit some rights for citizenship, for the benefits of citizenship, whatever those may be, like holding political office, whatever the case. But here's the point: when you were an inhabitant or a citizen of a state, and the natural rights you already had, recognized by the Constitution under common law, Magna Carta, endowed upon you by God, you already had those things. Why would you enter into a contract with the corporation to grant you those very same things, and in addition tell you that you're not allowed to question the debt that they accrue? Because have you ever looked at the 14th Amendment, bro?
Negative.
Let me show you something in a second. I did find of, right? And of says a term denoting that from which anything proceeds, indicating origin, source, descent, and the like. Sounds like, and that's another thing. So I verify everything I see on videos, or even if I'm reading an article like Anna Von Reitz, she gives you about like 70-30 real stuff. Some things are just her interpretation of a court case, and then other things are exactly what's written in the court case. And you got to be careful, because you'll go to like authoritatively use something. Not that you did with this at all. I'm not saying that you definitely didn't do that, but it just reminded me of that. You go to authoritatively use something, and it's so far away it's not even in the actual court case. And you just trusted the source without actually going to find the court case. You know what I mean? But look at this real quick. Let me show you something. Let me put this up. So we go to the 14th Amendment, right? Look at this bullshit. So you start with all persons. Like I said, we got we the people turned into all persons. And that's because we were going to create corporate personhood under the 14th Amendment. And then so it says born or naturalized. Whoops. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. So what it did was it was used tricky double meaning. So it's referring to the geographical United States. In this, it's referring to the English corporation called the United States. And it's establishing dual citizenship where it did not previously exist. And the very first hint of this, before I could prove it in all the other myriad of ways I now can, was if you were already a citizen of the United States, that being the one in the District of Columbia, why would you have to state this? It would be redundant, wouldn't it? Everybody would already just kind of know that, right? Why would this have to be the very first line of the 14th Amendment? Then it tells you that it's going to protect your rights. So basically it's granting you rights. Anything the government grants you, it can take away. These are actually privileges. I have a court case where it actually says that the United States citizen is an elective franchise with privileges.
Mm-hmm.
So now we go down here. So that this whole amendment is sold as an equal protection amendment. They say, oh, the newly freed slaves aren't protected under the Constitution, so we have to pass this amendment so that we can grant them rights and protect them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. And if you look this up in any, like any history book or whatever, they call it the Equal Protection Amendment. Well, tell me what equal protection has to do with Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payments of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. What does not questioning the validity of the public debt have to do with protecting the rights of newly freed slaves?
Wow, that's crazy.
Nothing. It betrays the actual intention of this amendment was to be able to collateralize to obtain their own citizenship to use as collateral for loans. Like, we're going to grant you all the rights you already have, and call them privileges, which we can now take away or force you to purchase a license to use. And as an added benefit, you can't question the debt we rack up using you as surety for it. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Unless it's because they're doing something shisty and fraudulent, assuming and presuming, roping everyone in, and then getting everyone to tacitly, illicitly, quietly, silently sort of abide by this and just kind of go along. Have you ever heard of the term steering before, where it's like a political strategy where the politician will infiltrate a group, brand it, and then slowly steer it in the direction that they want it to go, kind of like what Trump did?
What do you mean?
So basically, Trump sort of infiltrated the Republican base or whatever in a way, because if you look at, can I say Trump, or are we going to get flagged for that?
Oh, I don't care, dude. I told you I'm back up on Rumble, so shoot.
Okay. So Trump allegedly was some sort of a Democrat or Democratic supporter for basically like his entire life or career. And then allegedly, then he started converting to Republican conservatism. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, boom, he's running, in the red as a Republican on their platform. So,
Hey, Ethan, trust the plan, bro.
so what Trump did was he started talking or speaking using the vernacular of the group that he was trying to infiltrate, and then he branded it. He started talking like the people. Then he started, you remember he got in trouble for like doing the whole like this thing with his arm and saying bad language or whatever. And they were accusing him of these things. They were, them accusing him of being a racist is the establishment's attempts to further embed him to the quote unquote middle of that group, or, to endear him to the people on that side of the political spectrum that do have those, ideas, or, that are racist or whatever. So that was, in my opinion, them hammering that nail down, hammering that spike down, getting him deeper and deeper into there on purpose, intentionally, which is why they were like really digging in on it, in my opinion. That being said, he infiltrated that group, started using their language like them, then branded the whole thing, Make America Great Again, and this whole thing. And then he slowly, in my opinion, is steering the what's it called? What's the window called? The political spectrum window, where it slowly shifts left over time.
That I don't know.
If anyone knows that, drop that in the chat. There's a political window. It's a window of some sort. It's not the Johari window. It's like the something window. And over time, basically, nations, communities, states, or whatever, they slowly become more liberal and left and communistic over the course of time. Well, this takes effort. So like Republicans today were the Democrats of yesterday. And so what they basically, in my opinion, did with Trump was they used him to steer the right-wing base left. With that being said, I don't know how we got on that actually.
I mean, it's a podcast, man. You can talk about whatever. You're good.
I think because we were talking about how basically they're using this language, and they use the 14th Amendment and the thing you have highlighted right there to slowly just persuade people like, oh yeah, you're citizens now. Oh yeah, you owe this money now. Everyone follow along. Come along, children. Everyone's doing it. And it's sort of like a steering mechanism that they're using. And it's with the
Overton
subtle
window.
Overton window. Boom. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Whoever nailed that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the
Sasquatch
one right there.
also. You had it too. Cool. Yeah. I never heard that before, but makes sense. I mean, it's basically the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. You create the problem to offer the control the reaction, offers solution. That was your plan the entire time. Maybe not directly correlating to the Overton window, but it's in the same vein of social engineering and manipulation,
Yep. You got it.
The two-party system, man, is well, the two wings of the same eagle, obviously. The whole thing, we were never a democracy. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic with democratic processes, and that's the most important thing to remember. Like under common law, so people don't even understand what this system was. That's why it's so hard for them to understand how far away from it we've fallen, because, and it's not entirely the fault of it's only people are only to blame when they're made aware of it and they choose to ignore it. There's a difference between nescience and ignorance, as what's his name, the Mark Passio, he says, and I like that lecture he gave. He said nescience is the knowledge is not available to you, that's why you do not know. There's no way you could have known because you weren't even aware the knowledge existed. But once somebody informs you of this and you choose to disregard it, now you're ignorant. The key word of ignorant is ignore. So you're ignoring it. You're ignorant, You're choosing, now you're to blame. But the school system's been hijacked and corrupted so badly by the Rockefellers and various other corporate interests that have taken over the country that people have no idea. They think we're a democracy. We're spreading democracy. We're protecting, defending democracy and all this stuff. We're not a democracy. So there were two types of courts. So there was two main types of courts under the Constitution. And it's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 9 courts, which are under the purview of Congress, and they're erected from time to time as Congress sees fit to accomplish a purpose, and then they're supposed to be dissolved. And those are under the federal jurisdiction, right? And don't really apply to the average state citizen for any purpose or reason, or shouldn't, because all of these courts are Article 1, Section 9 courts now. Or Section 8, Clause 9 courts. And then the other court was Article 3, Section 2, common law courts. And under Article 3, Section 2, actually, we can go up to it right now. Article 3, Section 2. Oh, this is an interesting thing I like to show people and make people understand, make sure people understand. And look how short this document is. This is the whole fundamental law of our country right here. It's written in a common language so that the common person can understand it. And that's how it's supposed to be, uncomplicated. It's your rights end where another person's begin. So Article 3, Section 2, it says the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity. And we've heard that word a lot lately, haven't we? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? So equity is the enforcement of contracts. Law is law, like common law. Law, breaking the law, common law, requires a victim. Other than that, you're in a court of equity when you're talking about the enforcement of contracts. Now, if you look up the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 2, right? We'll look that up. Yeah, it's right there because I bring it up so often. Whoops, that was whatever. It's going to be under the right here. One form of action. So it's hard for them to keep bouncing back and forth between common law for state citizens and people not under the trust indenture and uniform commercial code, and then all of the people under uniform commercial code. So they streamlined it, standardized it, one form of action, the civil action. Now everything is equity, and it's the enforcement of contracts. In fact, since our currency is contracts, like the Federal Reserve note is a contract, that's where Uniform Commercial Code came into play. It's contract law, and it must necessarily be so, since everything in society is revolving around this contract now between the Fed and the United States corporation. So back to the Constitution real quick. So in law and equity, there's a distinction between law and equity, because equity is not necessarily law. It's just the enforcement of contracts. So back in the 1800s and stuff, you could end up going to a debtor's prison for defaulting on a contract. If you were in a contract with somebody and they took you to court under common law of equity, right, the enforcement of contracts, and you were found to be in violation of that contract, you were found guilty, you could go to a debtor's prison to repay the debt that you owed. And that's a thing. Okay, so there's debtor prisons all over the country, right? But it's also so the judicial power under common law was given jurisdiction in both law and equity, or two separate venues under common law, right? Now we are entirely under the purview of Congress as 14th. Have you watched my show and you ever seen this document right here? This is Congressional Record, June 13th, 1967. Longtime subscribers of my channel have seen this document, probably more than they'd like to. And but it's so important because this was actually a debate on the floor of the House of Representatives in 1967. Now, the date in 1967, this is important because this is when everything was changing over to the commercial system. Every single state passed a series of enactments. You had the Uniform Commercial Code enactment primarily, and you had the Administrative Procedures enactment. Now, the Uniform Commercial Code enactment replaced the state's law with a form of commercial code. And then the Administrative Procedures enactment basically replaced the legislative and judicial branches of the state government with administrative departments of under the executive branch of government. They're private third-party courts of arbitration and rulemaking administrations. They're literally private, dude. Right? Yeah. So you can see that some of our Congress people, not all of them were entire pieces of shit. Some of them had a problem with what was going on. They obviously recognized what I recognize, and many people in our area of study recognizes that the United States citizenship is the linchpin. So you had this debate, the 14th Amendment, equal protection law or tool of usurpation. I mean, think about this. Actually went on in the floor of the House. They're talking about the 14th Amendment was a tool of usurpation. How come nobody's ever taught this? How come you never heard of this before? Right? And so they say over here, and if I'm tying you up and you got to go, dude, you're good.
No, I'm chilling. This is my night.
All right, cool. So it says the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. It says the purported 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution is and should be held to be ineffective, invalid, null, void, and unconstitutional for the following reasons. The joint resolution proposing said amendment was not submitted to or adopted by a constitutional Congress. Yep. Article 1, meaning all the representatives of Congress weren't present. Article 1, Section 3, and Article 4 of the U.S. Constitution, right? That's what he's citing for that. The joint resolution was not submitted to the president for his approval. Article 1, Section 17. Now, there was a big impeachment scandal that went on during this time. President Andrew Johnson, after Lincoln was assassinated, Johnson took over, and Johnson vetoed this fucking amendment. And we're going to get to that in a second. And the sole reason that he vetoed this is because it took away the people's ability to form the laws under which they are to live, and it conferred the right of citizenship upon people without the state's consent. And this was a big deal. It was creating the United States citizen. I mean, we go here for a second.
While you're searching for that, I've heard that the conference of nationality upon someone can happen and basically, I guess it's in the USC, by any means whatsoever is the exact terminology.
What? Yeah, the United States Code, and that's them taking the Article 1, Section 8 clause where they can create rules of naturalization. But here's
Mhm.
what here's the thing though, is this was common knowledge before people really realized, and you got to look at the amount of trauma they put people through between the Civil War and the Great Depression until they
Mhm.
actually in the 1960s transformed. You had Civil War and God knows whatever other kind of wars, World War One, the Spanish flu pandemic, which was exactly like the one we just had with all the everything involved.
Trauma-based mind control.
Yeah, you had World War, or you had the Great Depression, then you had World War II, right? So people weren't just trying to survive. They didn't even realize what was taking place. They kept the country in a state of perpetual trauma for
Mhm.
like, let's see, from 1860s to about 80 years, man. 80 years
Mhm.
people were kept in a well, what was farm out? Can I get back right to that? So yeah. Anyway, let me show you this about 14th Amendment real quick in the Black's Law 6th. So we obviously, it's so damn hard to find shit in here. So you either go too far, HIJKL, and then L. So we got to be pretty close here. But they
I'm
kept
in Black's Law 3rd right now, looking for of, by the way.
okay. Look at must, because I heard that must actually means may. But again, that's why you got to be careful about what you hear. You always have to double
Yeah.
check, like how you said you went through and amended the document you were doing before you even
Mhm.
checked. I've made that mistake.
Yeah.
I've paid for that mistake. I try to spare other people. If you cannot concretely 100% prove whatever it
Mhm.
is that you're relying on, don't rely on it, because you have to understand how dangerous this information is. The
Yes.
intelligence agencies pump out so much disinformation on it,
Mhm.
and they put kernels of truth in it to draw people in, and then
Mhm.
people just start trusting something without verifying it because, oh, well, this
Mhm.
is true and this is true, so this must be true, and then boom, they look like an asshole, and then
That's
they
why
leave.
that's why I haven't moved on anything until recently, and the reason I actually only got my certificate authenticated and apostilled was because that's a legitimate, easy process for traveling purposes. So it's not like I did anything, funky or weird, or illegal or dicey. It was of no sweat. But yeah, I'm moving real slow with all this, and that's why I'm watching everybody. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I really jumped the gun on the word of today, but it was kind of no sweat. I mean, I'm a pretty good writer, and all I had to do was hit Control F. I found them all, and then just restructured all the sentences. I mean, it was
Nice.
it was
Hold
it
on one
sucked,
second, Ethan.
but at the
It's
same
good to
time,
see you, John. I'm glad you stopped in. I have always agreed with you, and that's why I do what I do. Is we just have to wake up enough people um, to this in order to get a quorum of we the people to issue an edict or do something like that. That's the thing. But sorry about that.
all good, all good.
The 14th Amendment. Look at this. The 14th Amendment. And this is Black's Law 6th edition. Damn, I can't see my freaking mouth. There it is. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, ratified in 1868, creates or at least recognizes for the first time a citizenship of the United States as distinct from that of the states, forbids the making, enforce, blah, blah, blah. The rest of it's propaganda. But right there, it tells you that there was no United States citizen,
Mm-hmm.
no such thing as a United States citizen. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I've been, where was it? Was it Maxwell v. Dow? I've been showing, of course, it probably got rid of my highlighted section, didn't it? Son of a bitch. That the citizens, United States citizens, aren't protected by the Bill of Rights, and it says it in these court cases that I showed at the beginning of the show. Now I'd have to dig through and find them again, but let's see.
Yeah, I've heard that that United States citizens, because it's a corporate fictitious entity, has one right, which is basically to live inside of Washington, D.C., which means they don't even have the right to life.
Well,
obviously,
no.
dead.
So what I've found, and I found this with actual court cases, says the only guaranteed privilege of the United States citizen is the only guaranteed right of a United States citizen is to that of privilege within, or to that of residence within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. That's literally the only right that a 14th Amendment citizen has, is that you have the right to reside within the territorial limitation of the United States. That's it.
And then if you look up the location of the United States in like the United States Code or the UCC or even the CFR, you can find in one of them that the United States is located in Washington, D.C.
Look at this right here. The rights of the individual are not derived from governmental agencies, either municipal, state, federal, or even from the Constitution, but they exist inherently in every man and are merely reaffirmed in the Constitution and restricted only to the extent that they have been voluntarily surrendered by citizenship to the agencies of government.
Boom. Right there.
Boom. That's it, right? We got this. So let me show you this about the 14th Amendment, though. This shit's nuts right here. I can't believe the amount of fraud. Well, actually, I can totally believe the amount of fraud. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but the amount of fraud that went into the ratification of this amendment is literally unreal. It says no state, Article 5 of the Constitution says no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Right? It says the fact that 23 senators had been unlawfully excluded from the U.S. Senate in order to secure a 2/3 vote for the adoption of the joint resolution proposing the 13th Amendment is shown by resolutions of protest adopted by the following state legislatures. Right? So all these states, they were excluded. So what happened was they were allowed, and some of them were union states, and they were allowed to ratify the 13th Amendment because everybody agreed no slavery. Like, it's common sense. Like, yeah, it's fucked up to own another human being, right? But because they didn't want to go along with the 14th Amendment, because believe it or not, people back then were much smarter than they are today. And they knew that this was just standardizing slavery under Congress. That's all this amendment does, is place everybody under the purview of Congress and ultimately allows us to be used as collateral. They vetoed it. They said, no, we're not amending it. So the newly formed corporate head of the corporate union, the federal government at that point in time, because you got to understand that the republic dissolved when the Civil War took place, right? Congress adjourned sine die without a day, and Abraham Lincoln issued the very first executive order in history called General War Order Number 1. He reorganized the remainder of Congress under executive order, under martial law, unconstitutionally, totally bypassing the Constitution, and then waged war on the seceding states.
I heard he waged war on all the states.
He did wage war on it. That's absolutely accurate. That's what happened. But the states that were participating with him, and I mean, the governments probably knew what was up. Michigan, I think, has been corrupt the entire time. When I read the Constitution, it's been so geared towards corporate takeover, it's not even funny. Even our original Constitution, it's like, I think some of these northern states, and you got to remember that they were so in the background of this entire situation, this drama that was taking place, the boiling point of the Civil War. You had states that were just now being added to the Union, and the Bar Association was in the background this entire time trying to figure a way in, because you know about the original 13th Amendment, right?
In what regards?
That there was an original 13th Amendment.
And then they just swapped it out when they swapped
out. No, they fucking took it out. Let me show you this. Let me see.
Christ.
Yeah. Well, once you realize why they took it out, let me see if I can find this fucker real quick.
It's like one thing after the next with these people.
Well, hold on, yeah. So check this out. This is revised statutes of Virginia from 1819. Okay. Hathi Trust is a great resource. It's historical documents basically scanned in. authoritative. This is actually, it tells you where they got it from. I think this is from like one of the Virginia University of Virginia right here. They scanned it in, whatever. We're going to hide this, right? So in every revised statute, this is how our law books in every state looked. And at the end of every law book, they had the federal constitution and they'd have the state constitution and Bill of Rights, right? And every issue of the statutes that was put out. So here's the federal constitution under the Virginia revised statutes of Virginia, 1819. And so we go down, we look at the amendments, or these are the amendments right here. Let me see here. Where does it say? So amendments to the Constitution, Article 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. We see all those, right?
Mm-hmm.
We go down, Article 12, Article 13. Whoa, wait a minute. I thought the 13th Amendment happened in after the Civil War, right? Because of the slaves and stuff. I thought it was prohibiting slavery. Well, no, this is 1819, and here is a 13th Amendment right here. It says, if any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, retain any title of nobility, honor, or shall without the consent of Congress accept and retain any present pension, office, or emolument of any kind, whatever, from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them or either of them. Do you know what that means?
Do
you know what bar members are?
The bar card holders?
Yeah. Do you know what every single bar member is?
They're esquires, right?
They're esquires. Now we're going to go over here and we're going to go to, this is the dictionary that everybody used under the Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, this, like under the Constitution before the bar took over, this was the standard dictionary that lawyers used, everybody used, right?
Mm-hmm.
1828 Webster's Dictionary. Look at it. Torn is in feudal law to turn or transfer homage and service from one lord to another. This is the act of feudatories, right? So that's what torn is. That's what an attorney. Now all attorneys are esquire, every single one without fail.
Mm-hmm.
Esquire, a shield bearer or armor bearer, scutifier, an attendant on a knight, which is interesting when you think about the facts that the Knights Templars started the Inns of Court, right? Yep. Right. A shield bearer, armor bearer, an attendant to a knight, hence in modern times, a title of dignity next in degree below a knight. In England, this title is given to the younger sons of noblemen, to officers of the kings of court, households, counselors at law, justices of peace. So under this original 13th Amendment, right, if you were a lawyer, if you were a bar member, you couldn't be a citizen of any of the states and you could not hold an office. If this amendment was restored to the Constitution, it would eliminate our entire judicial branch.
Yeah, because they're all esquires.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
What a passes for, and so that's why this amendment disappeared after the Civil War. Let me see if I can find this.
Now, are they referencing which United States are they referencing in that? Because you could be barred from citizenship and the ability to hold office in one quote unquote United States, but perhaps not the other, which is the one that they're. Do you see
when
how
it
they
was talking about citizen at the time that document was written,
mm-hmm.
or that amendment was ratified? There was only one United States, and that was the Geographical Confederation of States.
Okay.
When you read documents and case laws from back then, which I've been doing all day today, there was no, the concept of a United States citizen was an abstract fantasy. There was no such thing. Like when you said United States citizen, you were referring to a citizen of one of the several states, not a citizen of the United States Corporation as they refer to it now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying? So that's another thing that makes the first line of the 14th Amendment very redundant. Why would they say a citizen of the United States and the state in which you reside?
Mm-hmm.
Because that would have already made you a citizen of the United States, being one of the United States, right? So it's conferring a corporate enfranchisement is what it's doing, right? So there's I think it's this one. Let me see. real quick. If we do franchise, no, it's not that one. Hold on, let me see if I can find it, because it might be Murphy versus, because what it did was it reset all my pages when I had yeah. So this is what they're talking about in Puerto Rico in this case, in the privileges, or Puerto Ricans, and the privileges that Puerto Ricans have as United States citizens, right? Being a citizen of a territory of the United States, but not state citizens. It literally says that it says here, and the plaintiff alleges that he is a native citizen of the United States of America and more than 21 years of age, and he has resided continuously in the territory of Utah for more than 11 years and resided continuously in the 4th precinct of Salt Lake City in said territory. Yeah, this isn't the Puerto Rican one, but this is still the same point. For more than 2 years past, he has for more than 10 years prior to November, the November election, lawfully exercised the rights and enjoyed the privileges of the elected franchise in the said territory, right? So that's his voters' right. He is an elective franchise. You see what I mean? And that's what United States citizens are. And as I've got cases here, I showed them at the beginning of the show, so people can go back to the beginning of the show and look at all these cases where I highlighted stuff. As it says, one can be a citizen of the United States and not a citizen of the state. And in fact, there's this right here, McDonnell v. State. This is Indiana Supreme Court listeners, another good resource. So this guy was charged with murder, right? And he was found guilty, and he appealed it because one of the jurors had moved from, I think it's Germany, and came and naturalized in the state, but didn't naturalize with the United States, right? So it says right here, yeah, it says his parents lived in Germany, that he had resided in the United States and in this state 17 years, that he had at the clerk's office in the courthouse in Fort Wayne 6 years after coming to the country, taken out his first set of naturalization papers, but never taken out his second naturalization papers, meaning you had to take out 2 sets of naturalization papers to obtain both citizenships. And that's further reinforced right down here. So he's trying to say this guy's an alien. He can't be a juror. I need a retrial. Well, they denied him, and they said this. They said the evidence of bushing on his voir dire showed that although he was not a citizen of the United States, he was a citizen and voter of the state under Section 2 of Article 2 of our state constitution. One may be a citizen of a state and yet not a citizen of the United States.
Yep.
Right there. 2 separate, distinct classes of citizenship. Now, check this out. We went back to the 13th Amendment, right? So here's the story with the 13th Amendment, this crazy shit. Well, that's interesting, John. Well, he said the founder of the bar defined law as a brutal and blind force disguised as law. It was never law. It was always just deception. I totally believe that. Without a doubt, John. So the original 13th Amendment, and she explains it, it was ratified and on the books of every state, right, for like 30 years, over 30 years. And then after the Civil War, there was no bar association in this country until the 1860s. They started with a couple state bars. One of them was New York. And then it was only after the Civil War that they were able to get the American Bar Association in 1878. So there was no bar association in the like National Bar Association till 1878. And there were no state bar associations till during and after, or till after the Civil War. So once the bar came in and they restructured the government, and there was the Organic Act of 1871, created the government of the District of Columbia, which controls the United States. They reissued the Constitution. They said that the 13th Amendment, they said, yeah, it was on the books, but everybody was mistaken. So get this story. Everybody was mistaken. For over 30 years, everybody was mistaken. So it was never actually ratified. Everybody was mistaken. So all these legislators, politicians and stuff, people who are actually interested in the law, including the people back then, they just all made this huge oversight where they let something as significant as an amendment to the founding document of the United States, of the entire country, right, be mistakenly put as ratified when it wasn't. That's horseshit. And then there was another story I said where they said, oh yeah, it was ratified, but since more states have been added to the union since then, it doesn't have the necessary number of votes to be ratified now, which is not how that works at all. So this is Representative Tremblay of New Hampshire. This chick literally resigned right after she introduced this. This is a real bill that she introduced to the House of New Hampshire, the House of Representatives of New Hampshire. Okay, this is for real. And this chick, Representative Tremblay, introduced it. Look at this. Introduced, dead. Done. Dead on the floor immediately. Now look at what she introduced. An act recognizing the original 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Right? Can you imagine the look on their faces when she laid this shit down on the table? They're like, "Are you serious? Bet you want to die?" Like, if you're talking about eliminating like 100% of the court system and like 90% of every other fucking part of government. Do you know what I mean? They're all bar pirates. Every single one of them are bar pirates. So here she says, preamble and statement of intent. The general court hereby finds in 1810 a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution which prohibited titles of nobility and which later became known as the original 13th Amendment was introduced, passed both houses of Congress, and was sent to the states for ratification. On December 9th, 1812, shortly after ratification by Virginia, which is the document I just showed, New Hampshire became the 13th state to ratify the amendment. The amendment was therefore ratified by the requisite number of states and became Article 13 of the United States Constitution. During the war between the states, otherwise known as the Civil War, the country was under martial law, and all executive orders were made by the president were in effect law. After the war, laws made during that period were to be abated, yet vestiges of martial law remained, and presidents continued to write executive orders. The District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, otherwise known as the Act of 1871, created a corporation in the District of Columbia called the United States of America. The act revoked prior legislation relative to the district's municipal charter, and most egregiously led to the adoption of a fraudulent constitution in which the original 13th Amendment was omitted. Today, what appears to the public as the United States Constitution is not the complete document, as it was never lawfully amended to remove the 13th Amendment. Instead, the document presented as the United States Constitution is merely a mission statement for the corporation unlawfully established in the Act of 1871. The purpose of this act is to recognize that the 13th Amendment, which prohibits titles of nobility, is properly included in the United States Constitution and is the law of the land. This act is also intended to end the infiltration of the Bar Association and the judicial branch into the executive and legislative branches of government, and the unlawful usurpation of the people's right, guaranteed by New Hampshire Constitution, to elect county attorneys who are not members of the bar. This unlawful usurpation gives the judicial branch control over all government and the people in the grand juries. As long as the original 13th Amendment is concealed from the people, there shall never be justice or a legitimate constitutional form of government. Dude.
They've been at this from the jump, and people have been trying to fight it, and they weren't able to, honestly. They just kept getting
the set of balls on this woman.
Yeah. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, think about it. She resigned right after. Look, her name was Representative Tremblay. Let's look what happened to her.
She was actually resigned.
Yeah, New Hampshire Representative GOP New Hampshire representative resigns. That's her right there.
Wow.
resigned from New Hampshire House of Representatives Thursday, moments before lawmakers were poised to pass a 2-year, nearly $11 billion budget, and the day after she made another allegation the Boston Marathon bombing might have been a government conspiracy. That chick was solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure they didn't mention anything about that bill because they don't want that ever to reach the public consciousness.
Oh no! As soon as I typed in, what was the kid's name that got shot by the police for
Chase Allen.
He the first article that I read was a Salt Lake Tribune, and it first says the opening line says, a 25-year-old man is shot for being a sovereign citizen.
Yep.
It's like they basically just say, if you try this, we're going to label you as this and then assassinate you. You know, this kind of harkens back to, like, if anyone needs like a good example of, if anyone ever needs to realize or see like how something like this could be done, just critically think about a dude like Michael Jackson. He may or may not be innocent or guilty. I have no idea. I don't know.
I think he's innocent. I do.
Because
I've listened to testimony of people like Aaron Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they labeled him and assassinated him, is basically, they said, oh, you don't want to go with the flow? We'll label you and assassin you. And then boom. And they did what they did.
Well, I mean, listen to that song. They don't really care about us.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually speaks out against one particular group of people that if they say, if you want to know who rules over you, look at who you're never allowed to speak about.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And there's one particular group of individuals that pretend to be something that starts with the J and are not even the J, right? Right. And Michael Jackson in that song, dude, he, like, if you, and they bleep it out on every version, they bleep it out, but the subtitles will still say what he says and stuff like that, right? You should listen to it. He says, sue me, you know what I mean? And then something that rhymes with sue me is, you know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fight me. Yeah. And it's interesting, dude. Yeah, I think that he was set up, and I think that he was definitely well, who knows if like Emilios man's even saying, who knows if that was even the original Mike, dude. They do crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's another really good point, because that's another really good point. And I actually don't know if it really was, honestly, either. I think the jury's still out on all that, which really makes you wonder, you know, this whole Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, I shouldn't say that either. The guy who, the alleged dude who owned the alleged island.
We'll call him Peter Pan.
Yeah, exactly.
Neverland.
That's it. Have you ever heard the origin? I guess there's an original Peter Pan story.
I've heard of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, Peter Pan's the trafficking agent, and the Captain Hook is actually the guy who's trying to save all the children from Neverland.
Yeah, it's another perception on it. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever seen Pinocchio, where dude's talking about?
Yes, that's what I was going to kind of ask about next, but I couldn't remember the words because I'm not really familiar with Pinocchio. But
he's like, "Where are you taking them? They're like negotiating the kidnapped, whatever, right?" And he's like with some nefarious little fox guy, and he's like, "Where are you taking them?" He's like, "Pleasure Island." He's like, "Oh my, Pleasure Island? Well, what if they come back?" He's like, "Don't worry, they never come back as boys." Like, what the fuck? This isn't a kid show.
Yeah, super dark.
Yeah, super dark, man.
So one other question I had for you was, have you ever heard or looked into the etymology of the word constitution as it pertains to basically the word constitute or constitution is evidence of a debt or has to do with the restructuring of the debt? Because I've also heard that basically when they created the constitutions, both of them, they were actually structurings or restructurings of debts following the wars. I think the first one was
so yes, and every 70 years the United States declares bankruptcy. Yeah, that's true. So that was one of the ways that we were able to maintain our sovereign capacity. All right, so we go back to Penhallow versus Doanes Administrators, if I can get to the right screen here. Penhallow versus Doanes Administrators, and we'll do control find because this is a really long case, and we'll do sovereignty. right? Oops, I must have spelled it wrong. Yeah. Mistype. Sovereignty, right? So right here, so this right here says the sovereignty resides in each state. So this is the difference between a corporate and a confederate union. This is why I try to tell people here. I'm going to derail a little bit, and then I'll go back to that one. I gotta show you this too, because I bet you haven't seen this. So we go to Haiti. Yeah, revised statutes of Michigan. So this is Michigan 1846 revised statutes, right? And this is in the appendix of the laws. And this is, so we were admitted into the Union sometime around like 1836, I believe we were admitted to the Union.
Mm-hmm.
And this is 1846, and this is how, you know, the speed of mail and law and everything back then. This is us accepting our admittance. And we say right here, if you can you see my cursor there?
Not really.
Right here, see it moving? Here, we'll see if we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my cursor right here, it says, and the people of the said state are solicitous to give to her sister states and to the world unequivocal proof of her desire to promote the tranquility and harmony of the Confederacy. Confederacy, right here.
Mm-hmm.
You see this? You see where it says Confederacy right here?
Yep.
Because that's every state was a Confederate state, every single one. And that's because the Articles of Confederation are what created the states. You know, how do you just jump from colonies to, in the Constitution, you're talking about other states? Well, okay, we're missing a big document here. What's talking about the states? Where did that come from? You know what I mean? So it's the Articles of Confederation. Now, right here it says, but wherever or whenever an alliance is not corporate, which we are now after the Civil War, but confederate, which we were, the sovereignty resides in each state. Okay. And it says that down here it says, now the state retained all powers which she did not expressly surrender to the Union. The state is its own nation, right? A state cannot cease to be sovereign without its own act, nor can sovereignty be asserted but upon a clear title. Do you know what that means?
Break that down for us.
So sovereignty can only be asserted upon a clear title. You cannot be sovereign if somebody has a lien on you.
Got it.
Because they're your credit, they have authority over you. The fruits of your labor. So sovereignty, freedom, is directly related to the fruits of your labor and your property. Sovereignty, I would say, is summed up in your right to own property and your right to the fruits of your labor, which is your property. Whatever you labor towards is yours. And this is when we get into John Locke, William Blackstone, all these natural law philosophers. They identified that is like the fundamental principle of freedom is your right to property, unmolested. Nobody else has a right to your property when you're free. Well,
real
when you
quick,
go ahead.
Just real quick. Was there ever language in any of the original constitutions that basically stated that we have the right to life, liberty, and property? Or did it always say pursuit of happiness? Because I couldn't find it anywhere.
I'm totally glad you brought that up, brother. Check this out. Virginia, I hate Virginia's government now. I despise Virginia's government. I love Virginia. I lived there for about a third of my life. So I've got roots down there. My dad lives down there. I love Virginia, the state. I fucking despise the Commonwealth English government that they have. You have to pay property taxes on your vehicle. You have to pay for inspection stickers. You do their straight Gestapo, right? Wow. No question down there. But look, this is what they were. All right. So we go down here to the Bill of Rights of Virginia. Okay. So this is the Declaration of Rights made by the representatives of the good people of Virginia, assembled in full and free convention, which rights do pertain to them and their posterity. You know what posterity means?
Family and children.
Children, your progeny. Yeah. Your future generations. That all men, so this is unanimously adopted June 12th, 1776. And I do like this Bill of Rights because this really elaborates on the ideals being expressed in the Declaration of Independence. And everybody should really read this and understand it. that all men are by nature equally free and independent, and have certain inherent rights of which, when they enter into a state of society, they cannot, by any compact, meaning agreement, contract, deprive or divest their posterity. Now, this is important. Your mom, according to this, your mom can't sign you over with a birth certificate. She can't mortgage your property rights and give you over to the fucking United States corporation. You can't deprive your posterity, right? And it says,
well, technically she didn't, right? Because they did that to the placenta. Am I divulging too much? Is that too much?
I mean, I understand, but I've never been able to. I've heard that. Obviously, I've definitely heard that. I've never been able to find concrete evidence that is the case.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's not out there, but like anything, it's gonna be difficult to find. It's not like she did it intentionally, so I'm not, don't be pissed at your mom or your dad,
right,
whatever the case may be. But that birth certificate's on bond paper for a reason. It represents it's a mortgage, it's a bond. That's where the term bondage comes from. That's how they secure the issuance of the Federal Reserve notes, is through a mortgage on your property rights. So the birth certificate, well, even just the term birth, it denotes you as a maritime commodity, because it's a maritime term. It could be the placenta, but either way, it's what they use to deprive you of your future, of these right here. So it says they cannot by any compact deprive or divest their posterity, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty, and with the means of acquiring and possessing property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety.
Boom. And then they took out the property part. See, shit like that pisses me off because, and a lot of people don't realize that, or have never heard that. And if anyone wants to look into it a little bit more, I want to say it was like John Adams, or, one of the founding fathers. I guess there was in some of their journals or whatever, that was the language that like he wanted to use, but they didn't include it, or they did, but then they took it out. And I thought they took it out or changed it when they switched from the Constitution of the Constitution for the United States to the Constitution of the United States.
That right there, I think, is one of those. I used to think the same thing a few years ago, and I think that right there is one of those intelligence agency psychological operations where they say that, oh, there was a totally different constitution. I don't think there was like Representative Tremblay said, I think they altered it by taking out the original. Here's the thing, and here's the esoteric. I had somebody comment on my last video I did, or one of my last videos, and they said, if you don't put these myths about God or whatever. And here's my thing to say to everybody that watches this channel. Now, I don't care if you believe me or you don't believe me, but when you study law and you get deep into this stuff and it starts to possess you, that's the only word I can use, is it literally starts to possess you. You become obsessive. And you study the meaning of the words, the etymology, everything. There is only one conclusion you can ever come to. It is all rooted in the Bible. It's 100% all rooted in the Bible. It's biblical, one form or another. So where we stray with contracts is the knowledge of good and evil, but it is like the founding fathers said this nation it's founded upon the 10 Commandments. The common law is founded upon the 10 Commandments. When the Magna Carta was written, the clergy controlled the existing law. And so even the argument between common law and law under the church and all, it was founded upon biblical doctrine. Right. So no matter what, all these concepts of like mortgage and everything are all biblical in nature. Right. The understanding of them are biblical in nature.
100%.
So when you look at these definitions, like this definition right here, hold on, I gotta go under Bouvier's, when the United States mortgaged your property rights, or the property rights of the United States citizen, the process of what they did is called damnification, like being damned, right? The place under the king's chambers. Look at this. Right here. Hell definition and meaning. What? Why would my connection need to be fucking private, you weirdo?
I ran into that a few times tonight too. It kind of sketched me out. I didn't want.
Oh yeah, you're gonna give me a 404 error now. Anyway, hell from Black's Law Dictionary second edition is the name formerly given to the place. Look at this crazy shit. And then look, they got Lucifer right here with the lightning bolt and everything. That's pretty cool. So
on atop Mount Meru.
Right. I pulled this up many times on this channel. The legal definition of hell from Black's Law Dictionary second edition is the name formerly given to the place under the exchequer chamber where the king's debtors were confined. I mean, you have in the Lord's Prayer, forgive me my debts as I forgive my debtors, right? The whole concept of credit and debt is an extension of good and evil. Like everything always goes back to this same concept, you know?
Yeah. Have you looked into, I'll drop this name because I don't know if anyone's going to be able to stomach this guy. Have you heard of Patrick Devine, listened to any of his stuff or kind of dug in there at all?
Oh, hold on. Let me finish. Patrick Devine, I'll remind you of that. But the reason I was saying all that is because they cannot, don't you think that with as much as they've brainwashed the public through the public schools and all this stuff and got people to forget about their history and all this good shit, do you not think that they would just change the old laws if they could? The records of the old laws, just fudge a few words here and there. I mean, it'd make a significant difference, right? So that when you go to look up his history, it says something completely different than what actually happened. Don't you think they would do that if they could?
1,000,000%.
Then why do they not? Because they cannot. There has to be a clear line of consent, a record of consent.
Okay.
They have to do this fair and by the books. Does that make sense?
100%, dude. That's
the information has to be out there for you. There has to be a progression of law to end up here from where we were lawfully through consent and contract.
Is this why they will honor all dictionaries and terminologies and definitions of words, even if you pull them from different sources that could have maybe conflicting meanings of words?
Well, see, now here's the interesting thing about words. And I say, if you want the real meaning of a word, always look at its legal meaning, its lawful meaning, because in law is a form of, like, the practice of law is indulgence in a form of black magic, for lack of a better term. I know it sounds hokey pokey, but these contracts are esoterically binding. And they use words that are etymologically and symbolically sound with the original root meaning in the origins of language itself. That's why it's so powerful. So the legal definition of a word, I hate the word legal, but the lawful definition of a word is its original meaning.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And then they can accept these. I've never heard that they accept the other meanings. They usually have to put, see, that's where they start getting into their own form of bullshit, when they start assigning meanings to the words in the preamble of a document, enactment, but still the meanings of the words that they say this means this, they're only interpreting its application. They're not actually changing the meaning of the word. So in that sense, though, from other dictionaries, the word has to be somewhat etymologically anchored in its original symbolic meaning in order for it to even be in the public lexicon, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. So I think the reason why they honor words that have maybe different definitions from different dictionaries is because I think whatever the reason is, one of my, basically, I guess some of my evidence or like reasons why I would be led to believe that would be because, like you said earlier, if I put a definitions page at the beginning of any document that I submit, then in the court or whatever, you know, according to whoever's reading it or judging, making a judgment based on it, they would honor the definition based on what I state it to be. And therefore, like, let's say I changed the definition of a word altogether. In this document, it means this. They would have to honor that in that document, which would like circumvent any previous law or legality
Sort of.
prior.
They have to choose to recognize the document in the first place. Now, if they choose
Okay.
to recognize the document, that's a form of consent. And that's the power, that's the magic of contract. And now you can create this entire structure of legal fiction within your own document that somebody's agreeing to adhere to. And you literally are playing God.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. So, and then I also bring it up because there's things like bankers' dictionaries.
Good night, bro. Sorry, just saying good night to him. Go ahead.
You're good. Because there's things like bankers' dictionaries, and who knows, in those dictionaries, maybe these words have different meanings altogether too. But I actually am starting to think though that what you're saying is actually a little bit more potent, more powerful than what I'm saying, because you're right. They do have to go. Like the words should have some, like, they need to go back to the original meaning. But is there a difference between legal and lawful? Because
yes,
everyone that I've heard basically says that the only thing that's lawful are these bodies of law or the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, whereas the legalities really only pertain to like maritime law, codes, and statutes.
that's a good question, man. Is there a difference between legal and lawful? Absolutely, because there is only one lawmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And there is only one law, and it's not written on paper. It's not written with words.
Mm-hmm.
These are the forces that are in operation at all times, whether you choose to recognize them or not. And that's law. There's only one lawmaker, right? I mean, for my atheist viewers, there's no. It's sort of like this. It's people call it the law of karma, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can get into the study of it. Law is, you say the law of karma is governed by Saturn, right? Saturn's also L, right? L is, the governor of administration. Like, you can get into the technicalities of how these things operate through the specific machinations of creation. But here's a simple thing. Everybody can recognize that karma exists. If you're honest with yourself, you can recognize that karma exists. And karma is in existence whether you choose to recognize it or not. If you do enough bad shit's going to come back to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's another aspect of it. It's not just in the law, and that's actually a law of physics. It's cause and effect, but it's applied in a spiritual aspect, right? So it's universal. It transcends all planes of correspondence. Here's another aspect of it. When you're a kid, if you take another kid's toy and they start crying, do you need to be told that's wrong?
Exactly.
Do you need to be told that that's wrong to hurt somebody? No.
Yeah, it's like, it in your heart. You just kind of like, no.
And that's actual law. That's law. What is written is legal. Now, legal can align with law, or it can completely contradict law, right? 100%.
Yeah.
And we can think of plenty of instances where what is legal is not what is lawful. Right? I'm sure you can think of a few right now off the top of your head.
It's legal is not lawful. But then you kind of get into, like, in mortgage banking, if it's immoral, they do declare it illegal.
But what is immoral?
I think the morality factor goes back to the lawfulness.
Let me ask you this. So you say in banking, if it's immoral, then they declare it unlawful. Then how does the system even exist with what I have shown, concrete evidence, the mortgage of our property rights in an unconscionable contract? See, they lawyer it, and that's how they make it legal. Well, they consented to it. They're United States citizens, knowing damn well most people have no idea what's going on. Is that moral?
Does that go back? But if human beings have the ability to freely contract as we see fit, then by consenting, then does that supersede the morality of it?
That's true. We do have the ability to contract. That's one of our natural rights, actually. That's the other important natural right next to property, right? Your ability to contract, and that's how they get us. Now, you also notice that the devil deals in contracts. And listen, I'm not a thumper, none of that stuff, but you got celebrities all the time saying they sold their soul and they made a deal with the devil. Bob Dylan, Katy Perry, fucking Kanye West, all these different artists, they'll openly tell you, Eminem, they'll openly tell you that they sold their soul, they made a deal, right? Dealing in contracts. They made that conscionably, and that's the only time that the contract is valid. But here's the thing: what if the information is not available to you? Is it still moral? Are you still making an informed decision on what you're doing? Like, so say, for instance, you're at an entire disadvantage and you're never taught anything about, say, debt securities in school. You have no idea what a debt security is. You have no idea what the true implications of mortgage are, civiliter mortis, being civilly dead. You don't know that you're never taught that there is any other citizenship than that of United States citizenship. How can that be moral? If there is actually an alternative that is your birthright, you see what I'm saying? That you're entitled to.
Like, I do think that there is some sort of like I don't even know if trust law is a whole body of law in and of itself, but there's like the idea of a constructive trust where basically, like what you're saying, has to be true. The person does have to have some awareness. They do have to know kind of what's going on, what are the ramifications. They have to be
constructive trust. A constructive trust is one that is constructed to suit a temporary purpose. So, for instance, the trust that they create, when you go to court, they're nonprofit corporations, right? So they have to avoid the unjust enrichment clause while fleecing you of your money. So what they do is they deal with you, the United States citizen, attached to the underwriting Social Security investment account, and under the mortgage or the birth certificate, all that stuff. They bring you in, and then they erect another entity called a temporary pass-through entity or a constructive trust. Okay. And that's attached to a docket number to identify it, right? And it's also linked to your Social Security number. And these are two separate legal entities. And they get you to do business with yourself. And then when the obligations of the trust are met, they're performed, then that trust is dissolved. It's broken down. And they get rid of that temporary constructive trust. And they look at it like you did business with yourself. And you know what? That's moral, right? They didn't enrich themselves. You did business with yourself. Is that moral? No, it's not fucking moral.
Right, because
you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. They've completely duped you.
Yeah, they completely duped you. And that's the whole thing. And so it's so important to realize that the judge, every time there's a mortgage, there's a trust created, right? And the judge, when he passes sentence or rules on you, and look at these words we use, sentencing, right? Like it's all goes back to words and contracts and the power of words and all that stuff. You're sentenced. Well, when he sentences you, he does what's called a judicial mortgage. So if we go here to Black's Law, or Bouvier's, I'm sorry. Bouvier is a great dictionary because it's adapted to the laws and Constitution of the United States, 1856. And we go to mortgage, go to M, and then we're going to go down to mortgage. He actually lists all the various types of mortgages that there are. These are maxims. Yeah, there we go. So mortgage is going to be down here. And mortgage. So you go down here and you have the judicial mortgage right here, the judicial mortgage resulting from judgments. So in the same way that when Congress mortgaged your property rights, that created this Act of 1939. So we'll just do that. Whoops. Yeah, we'll click that. Trust Indenture Act of 1939. You're mortgaged in 1933, and then now you're the Trust Indenture Act of 1939, right? Well, that's not the actual document. I advise everybody read it, though. So you're under a trust indenture as a result of the mortgage. So when the judge issues a mortgage, check this out. The term charge, and I'm just showing this stuff so the viewers can see actual, like, visual evidence of what I'm saying. So they say you're charged with something when you go to court, right? You get charged. Here's the Bouvier's Law Dictionary of charge. It's I just seen it. Charge in contracts. So this is the original meaning of charge as it would be used in common law. The opinion expressed by the court to the jury on law arising out of a case before them. It should, now listen to this, it should contain a clear and explicit exposition of the law when the points of law in dispute arise out of the facts proved in the trial of the cause, right? But but the court ought at no time to undertake to decide the facts, for these are to be decided by the jury. That's common law. That's what a charge is in common law. So, you know, first you have to have a sworn affidavit. You come in, you're arguing the case. This person did this to me. No, I didn't. Here's my evidence. Here's my evidence. And when the evidence is presented and something applies to law, the judge stops the proceeding and says, hey, if that's true, then this applies to this, which is a violation of the law, right? And that's a charge. Now, this is the charge today. Contracts, an obligation entered into by the owner of an estate, which makes the estate responsible for its performance. So it's rendering the state responsible for the performance of an obligation, and this falls under trusts. So when the judge sentences you, an entirely new trust is created. Now, remember, the judge wears a black robe because he's a god of death. And as we read earlier, whatever is mortgaged, right? Whatever is mortgaged, where are we at? As far as the borrower was concerned, the real estate was of no value, that is dead. So whatever is mortgaged is dead to the owner. So the judge wears a black robe because he's the god of death, and then he charges you. And when you're found guilty, you're under an obligation, you're under a trust indenture to render the performance of obligations. Now, once those obligations are satisfied, then the trust is dissolved and you're released from the court's purview jurisdiction, right? Now, here's something else. Now, just like when Congress mortgaged you here and it generated bonds, which ultimately backed the creation of the Federal Reserve Notes, the issuance of the Federal Reserve Notes, when the judge mortgages you, okay, he gets to issue a bond. And that bond is an interest-bearing bond that he then gets to turn around and sell to private investors through his private judges associations.
Wow.
Yeah. And you're dead. Yeah. Yeah, you're dead. So the Administrative Procedures Act of 1969 in Michigan gave birth to this current let's see. It just keeps wanting to give me the Bing searches. So Public Act 306 of 1969, which is funny because here you have a 9, 3, and 6. You have 6, 9, and 9, right? So, but anyways, this gave birth to the administrative administrative courts and rulemaking agencies of government that pretend to be our legislative and judicial branches of government. Let me see if I can find this. So we go to definitions A. It says agency means a State Department, Bureau, Division, Section, Board, Commission, Trustee, Authority, or Officer created by the Constitution, statute, or agency action subject, blah, blah, blah. Includes the municipal employees retirement system and here's the important part, does not include an agency in the legislative or judicial branch of state government, right? The governor and agency, so it's not a part of that, right? But this is why there's Michigan court rules, because they are rule-making bodies, right? So then we go to definitions of rule defined, right? Now this is that super awesome lawyer doublespeak. Okay, look at this. Rule does not include any of the following: an intergovernmental, interagency, intra-agency memorandum, directive, or communication that does not affect the rights of or procedures and practices available to the public. You didn't catch that, did you?
Mm-mm.
Does not include something that does not affect the procedures, practices available to the public.
Huh. Double negative.
Double negative. Does not include something. So if we erase all this word salad right here with just something. So rule does not include any of the following, right? And then it says, whoops, where'd it go? Something, we'll just say something that does not affect the rights of or procedures, practices available to the public. Something that does not affect, or something that does not include something that does not affect your rights. What does that mean?
Something that does not affect your rights. Something that does not include, that does not affect your rights. So something that does.
Exactly. You like that? Tricky.
Dude, I die every time.
Now check this out. Michigan. So then we have Michigan district courts that deal with all the revenue collecting, traffic laws and stuff like that, which aren't laws, they're code statutes, right? So you got Michigan District Judges Association. Now that was Act 309 of 1969. When was this association made? It's right there.
I don't know. I'm not seeing it.
1969. See me moving my mouse?
Okay, yeah.
1969. And these associations are their trading companies. This is where they trade their bonds and bills of exchange and all the shit they generate, because courts are actually banks, bro.
Oh yeah. I've that's been made very clear. A lot of people really harp on that quite a bit, which
how could they be anything else when all of our currency is debt securities, and they generate debt securities that are secured by the same thing the Federal Reserve. If the Federal Reserve note is secured by a mortgage on our property, then the traffic tickets is secured by a mortgage on your property. The bonds are secured by a mortgage on literally your fucking body, because if you can't provide the bond, they're going to stick your ass in jail. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
So even the word bench, I know I keep saying I've heard. It's because I don't want to make any claims. I don't want to make any claims, but I'll just say it again. I've also heard that, according to all these dictionaries, that like the word bench means bank or has its roots in word bank.
No, it does. You're right about that. I was going to show you.
Okay, booyah, perfect. Yeah, it's like it's and there's a couple other key terms as it pertains to the court systems that are also very banking related.
Okay, so it's not. They fixed it by 6th, but we have a remedy for that.
What is BANC? Did you see that? I don't know if that is.
No, it's actually bank. It just says it. I think it's in 2nd or 4th edition. I have the 2nd, 4th, and 6th edition. So I've shown it on the show quite a few times before. But no, a bench. It's a bank is a bench or seat, tribunal of the judges. Yeah, we'll just go to Black's Law second. We'll open that.
And if anyone wants to kind of understand how that's possible, how bench and bank are.
There it is. Look at that. I was already open to it. Bank, a bench or seat, the bench or tribunal occupied by the judges, the seat of judgment, the court, the full bench, the full court, the assembly of all the judges, of a court sitting in bank. That's what a bank is. Yeah.
Your screen might be on a little bit of a lag, or maybe I'm on a lag. Okay, there we go. I think we're back up to speed. Yeah. So the
Yeah.
it's just crazy, man. This whole thing. So and a lot of people still don't believe it or won't believe it or don't understand it or don't understand how this could all be happening. And it's like, I mean, they play word magic with all this stuff. Like even the word you pulled up earlier, the word hell. The word hell, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in Hebrew is shoel or SHSCHOEL or whatever.
Sheol. Yeah.
And then that word is the word the root word that they got school from. So you look at the word school, which means hell, and then school is for citizens and is free for all citizens. It's a hellscape that is basically just one big long 12-year employee training program is really what it comes down to.
Well, yeah, it's like John D. Rockefeller said. He said, "I want a nation of workers, not thinkers." And then his financial advisor, Reverend Tiberius, or I'm sorry, his name's he's related to Bill Gates. It's something Gates, T. Gates. I forget what the hell his name is, but Taylor Gates, Reverend Taylor Gates. There we go. Reverend Taylor Gates says, "In our dreams, we have limitless resources, and people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. We are not to raise up from among these people philosophers, poets, or men of letters, nor of the humbler ambitions of doctors, teachers, lawyers, of which we have ample supply. Instead, we will teach them to do exactly as their parents do." That's why you have an 8-hour school day with breaks in between to fraternize with your friends, and you get a lunch. You know what I mean? They want you to just learn how to be an obedient worker. They want to give you just enough intelligence to be able to run the fucking machines and do whatever they need to make them busy or rich, and not enough intelligence to realize how you're getting fucked, like George Carlin said. It's funny how the corporations, you want to know what the true enemy of the country is, or of the world. I'm sorry, not even the country, because at this point it's pervaded the entire world. It is the Leviathan. It's the corporation. The concept of the corporation. And there were severe restrictions placed on the corporation all through the early history of this country. And it wasn't until the 14th Amendment. I actually, let me see if I can find this document. I know I pulled it up because it was a really, really good. They talk about how the corporate personhood. Here it is. This is badass. And I actually have the court case where it happened too, this one. Look at this. With this one innocuous statement right here put into this court record by a bar member. This right here, this one thing, this has been used as the precedent to give corporations all of the 14th Amendment personhood protections. This right here says the court does not wish to hear argument on the question of whether the provision of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which forbids a state to deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, applies to these corporations. We are all of the opinion that it does. That one statement right there is why we are all considered corporations. That right there, that's it. That's what did it. Yeah. And these guys do a really good expose. Like, look, so initially the privilege of incorporation was granted selectively to enable activities that benefited the public, such as construction of roads, canals, enable shareholders to profit. Right. It says the states also impose conditions. The charters were granted for a limited time. Corporations could engage only in activities necessary to fulfill their chartered purpose. Corporations could not own stock in other corporations. That's huge. Nor own any property that was not essential to fulfilling their chartered purpose. Corporations were often terminated if they exceeded their authority. Owners and managers were personally responsible for criminal acts committed on the job. I bet you a certain pharmaceutical company would think twice about shit if that was the case still today, right? But they hide behind the shield of corporate limited liability. So you can literally murder people murder millions of people and not face any consequences because the corporation did it. Like it's fucking unbelievable. So it says, for 100 years after the American Revolution, legislators maintained a tight control of the corporate chartering process because of widespread public opposition. Early legislators granted very few corporate charters and only after debate. Citizens governed corporations by detailing operating conditions not just in charters, but also in state constitutions and state laws. Incorporated businesses were prohibited from taking any action that legislators did not specifically allow. Right. So right here, it says that in 1819, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to strip states of this sovereign right by overruling the lower court's decision that allowed New Hampshire to revoke a charter granted to the Dartmouth College by King George III. The court denied that since the charter contained no revocation clause, it could not be withdrawn. The Supreme Court's attack on state sovereignty outraged citizens because people actually gave a shit back then, right? Laws were written and rewritten. New state constitutional amendments passed to circumvent the Dartmouth College ruling. Over several decades, starting in 1844, 19 states amended their constitutions to make corporate charters subject to the alteration or revocation by their legislatures. So, and when we look at the history of corporations, so this is the idea behind a company. And companies are what went around conquering and colonizing various areas like India, or even here in the Americas. The Virginia Company, the East India Trading Company, was one of the most profitable corporations in history, valued at like $7 trillion, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And that was back then, $7 trillion.
Which
right?
is funny
And
because there's word magic going on there too with the word company, because everyone thinks, oh, I work for a company. It's like you work for a war campaign, and in the military, you're part of like if you're in the army, you're in one of the companies, or like you're in a company.
well,
I don't know how they break down military.
that's the whole thing. A company differs from like your average corporation in the sense that it's granted a royal charter, a letter patent to be able to wage war and establish systems of government. So, for instance, the United States is in itself a company. It is. Look at this.
It's a literal war machine.
No, it's a company. It's a war machine. But look, this is literal. It's gov.uk, United States of America. Notified on 3rd of July, 1776. See, because before the Company's House is a relatively new network. Before that, the king or queen or whoever would just issue a letter patent. It's called a royal letters patent, right? And that would give them the authority to go forth in the name of the crown with all the authority, sovereign authority of the crown, wage war, write warrants, settle, colonize, and then the crown would get a percentage of the profits that company made in colonizing an area or whatever they were doing. And that was the arrangement. So then, so they were operating under the sovereign authority of the crown. The government of the United States of America, is one of those companies. Mm-hmm. And I can prove that in several ways. So here you have it right on companieshouse.gov.uk, where it says it has one active beneficial owner. Right here it says the government of the United States of America has one active beneficial owner, right? And says it was notified the day before the Declaration of Independence. So what that means was they were issued the royal letter patent, right, and became a company, and then issued independence, which pretty much implies entire complicity on the part of quote unquote King George, right? Because that means that he probably funded both sides of the war, and that this entire thing was a sham from the start, intended to create this corporate oligarchy that we have today.
And King George was the king of France or UK?
King of England during World War, King George III. Well, here's the funny thing, though. When you go to the Treaty of Paris signed in 1783, and the Treaty of Paris was the one that finally established a peace between the United States and England, we look at the preamble of this treaty, and it introduces King George as the most serene and potent Prince George III, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain. So he's the King of Britain, but he's still a prince, right? France and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Duke of Brunswick and Lunenburg, Arch Treasurer. Here, I'm going to highlight this by itself. I want this to sink in for people so you can know who really runs this shit. Arch Treasurer and Prince Elector of the Holy Roman Empire and of the United States of America. So he's only a prince. He was King of England, right? King of Great Britain, but he's still just a prince under the real ruler. And that's the Pope. The Pope's the real ruler, right?
Wow.
Yeah, bro. It's serious.
This is, if ever everyone needs to start, like, you know what everyone needs to do is actually probably rewatch this episode a few times and really memorize some of this stuff, because this is, people need to like share this information, get it out, get people on board. Everyone needs to start studying all this stuff and really learn it all so that everyone can start plotting and figuring out how are we going to fix all this, because this has to end. And we have these are the receipts right here. This is the evidence that everyone needs. And that's what people want, which is legit. They always say, oh yeah, prove it, which is fine, which is fair. This is it right here.
Nobody can disprove what I say.
Yeah, it's plain as day. It's all right there.
Yeah, because I'm just I bring receipts. And here's the thing. All four of these guys right here, D. Hartley, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, they're all bar members. Now, the Bar Association is entirely under the Vatican as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you've got this sovereign little city-state in London called the Crown District, right? Or whatever they call it, but that's what we refer to as the Crown District. And it's sovereign. It's not part of England or anything else, just like DC, just like Vatican City. And in that city, that city-state, is the old Templar building. And inside the Templar building are the four inns of court. You've got the Middle Temple, the Inner Temple, the Middle Temple, Lincoln's Inn, and Gray's Inn. Now, they're unincorporated so that they can't be subject to any kind of lawsuit, or their records aren't public. There's nothing you can really, but they exist, and it's well known that they exist. There's historical documents written on them and everything. And prior, like in the 1700s, 1600s, you had to be called to the bar by them to be able to practice law. Now, they go all the way back to like the 1100s, 1200s, when the clergy of Rome actually controlled the law in England. That's who administered the law, what were the Catholic clergymen. And the Pope issued some papal bull, which removed the clergyman's power to administer law. So what they did was they handed it over to the Knights Templar, who in turn, when they were excommunicated, just merged into the Knights Hospitaller. That's a weird word, Hospitaller. And then they, once they vacated, handed it down to the Bar Association. Now, if we go back and we remember what an esquire is, and there's Knights Templar, Knights Hospitaller, a shield bearer or armor bearer, right? An attendant on a knight. Now, when we look up what a Templar is, first definition, a student of the law. And this is all under the fucking Vatican. Every last bit of it.
Wow.
Right? Yeah.
Is this the end of the maze right here? Is this where, like, is this the dead center of it? I mean, we traced it all the way back, right? I mean, it all goes back to this.
Yes, this is the end of the temporal maze. Yes. Because all roads lead to Rome. Where do you think that saying comes from? It's actually true. Let me see if I can pull this up. So this is the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? We'll go control find papal. There's only 5 references to papal. Okay. So we'll go right here and we'll zoom in so everybody can see it. So everybody knows about the Rothschilds, and you're supposed to know about the Rothschilds. They're supposed to be the front men, the blame man, the ones you blame. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, they're listed as, it says, the Rothschilds that are at present time, or it says, you got to read the whole context. It is somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time, the latter are guardians of the papal treasure.
And there it is. And what's funny too is when you looked up the word esquire, I think one of the first definitions of it was a shield bearer. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the parts of Rothschild means shield, right? Like Roths is red and Childs is shield. Am I mistaken with that?
Yeah, that's a good connection. No, that's 100%. Yeah, Red Shield or Rothschild. Yeah, Red Shield. Yeah,
I think it's Red Shield. So I mean, the connections are just endless. It is a spider web. It's
a good get. That was a good. Yeah, I never put that together. It's good. The interesting thing is, so I seen Jerry, son of Mick, and I know that some of my viewers don't like when I go back to the Bible, but again, if you're a serious student in the law and you don't come back to the Bible, you're missing something significant. The Bible is multi-layered, and there's a certain way to read. I mean, there's no certain way. You read it however you want to read it, but like to really understand the secrets of it, there's a certain knowledge base that is necessary. And unfortunately, it is kind of the knowledge of good and evil. And not kind of, it is. But it's all layered in there. And I've thought a lot about that statement about the giants. Like everybody thinks it's literal giants. I think it's corporations.
Okay, the reason I brought up Patrick Devine earlier,
yes, Patrick Devine,
was because Patrick Devine, I don't even know if I really recommend anyone listen to him, to be quite honest, because he really just screams at everybody for all the things that they're doing wrong. And it's like I don't know if he ever made it to the end and like grabbed the bag and was a bajillionaire. And he's really old and he's kind of senile. He's kind of crazy, but honestly, if you can get through it, you will hear him say the Bible is the original book of trust law, banking law. It's not even a religious text. It is just a banking book. It's just a book of commerce. The whole thing. It's all metaphoric and symbolic. And so I guess that maybe piggybacks off of what my man Jerry here said, which I like this Jerry guy. I think I think you're right. I think the giants are the corporations. Well, I think it's fractal. I think it's on multiple levels. And so maybe it's true. Maybe there were actual giants. I mean, there are like bones or whatever, or photos of the giants' grave sites and then the pyramids or whatever.
Are there though? Are like
Yeah,
are there? How much fabricated archaeology are we talking about here? How many psyops are actually in play right now to keep people from the simple truth? But there could be.
Yeah. So, but if the giants are corporations and the Bible is very symbolic in nature, and the giants are just the corporations, then Patrick Devine really might be onto something. I mean, the symbology of the Bible being a corporate banking book, a trust law book, I mean, it's pretty spot on. And if you listen to what he says, he's pretty nails. He's just impossible to listen to. It's tough, you guys.
When you go to, no, I get it. There's a couple guys I listen to that I won't name because I might end up speaking with him one day, but every time I listen to him and like anybody's around, I'm like, listen, this guy's a douchebag, but I like listening to him because he gets with the current events, you know what I mean? And like, he's got a good take on things. He's just real negative. So I understand that it's tough to recommend certain people, even though their information's good.
Yeah.
The Bible is symbolic and it's literal simultaneously. I mean, we've discovered, ruins of cities that are mentioned in the Bibles. There's things that are easily historically proven events that have occurred in the Bible. But then again, faked archaeology, you never know. But I always think that, you go back to a certain amount in history and actually read like articles and stuff from old magazines from the 1800s before like the banks had strict control over the press in this country. And you can kind of take some, you can take some of those articles a little bit more seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But the trust indenture, yeah, what I was going to show, let me see if I can find this. Oh, hey, yeah, we'll bring that article up for sure, and then we'll try this one too. So this is actually a cool little article about the Middle Temple. It says that during the 12th and early 13th centuries, law was taught in the city of London primarily by the clergy. But a papal bull in 1218 prohibited the clergy from practicing the secular courts, where the English common law system operated, as opposed to Roman civil law, which common law and civil law are exact opposites, even according to Black's Law Dictionary. If you look up civil law, it'll say as opposed to common law, basically.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, law began to be practiced and taught by laymen instead of by clerics to protect their schools from competition. First Henry II, later Henry III, issued proclamations prohibiting the teaching of civil law within the city of London. Common law lawyers migrated, which is interesting. Henry II actually indebted himself quite heavily to the church, and because he was faced with losing his throne. And then when all the noblemen got together and yeah, that's a story for another. That's a deep story. But the whole thing is the churches, that's why there's clergy in there practicing laws. The church has been behind it the entire time. The common law lawyers migrated to the hamlet of Holborn, blah, blah, blah. It says the Middle Temple is the western part of the temple, which was the headquarters of the Knights Templar until they were dissolved in 1312. There have been lawyers in the temple since 1320, when they were tenants of the Earl of Lancaster, who had held the temple since 1315. The temple later belonged to the Knights Hospitaller, like I was saying. In 1346, Knights again leased the premises to the lawyers, the shield bearers, the attendants to the Knights, right? The eastern part, which became the Inner Temple, to lawyers from Thaves Inn and Inn of Chancery in Holborn. The western part to the lawyers of St. George, Cross of St. George. So when you're looking at the Bar Association, the only reason I'm showing this was, one, it popped up in my search results, so I figured I might as well show you. And two, it shows you that the church is entirely behind law. And we have to be honest with ourselves. Something happened. Now, whatever you want to believe happened, something happened, about 2,000 years ago that completely changed the world, right? It did. Whatever you think that is, or how you interpret it, or whether you want to think it was a big psyop, it was perpetrated by some power brokers, or whether it was authentic, however you want to interpret it, something happened. And then people don't realize that before the 1500s, anytime you refer to a Christian nation, like when you're talking about King Richard, the Lionheart, and all those people, Christian kings and queens, they were under the Pope. Right? All the papal bulls are the foundation of the laws that are in play today. All this stuff goes back to the Bible, and it's almost like the Book of Eli. When that dude, you seen the Book of Eli?
No.
Oh, you got to watch it, man. It's a good movie. It's propaganda, Hollywood propaganda, of course, but
yeah, that's why I haven't watched it.
They should. They put the truth in their movies,
That's
and
true.
so the premise is it's post-apocalyptic. The guy's blind. He's trying to get this book to a safe place. Nobody knows. There's this evil dude that's looking for the book. He's like searching everywhere. He wants the book because he knows it holds the keys to basically building an empire and controlling the world. And at the end of the movie, it turns out, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen it, it's the Bible. And he finally gets the book, the bad guy does, but it's written in Braille and he can't read it. You know what I mean? So and Eli, Denzel Washington, had memorized it. And so when he gets to the safe place, he starts, dictating the book from memory. But anyways, the point is that the bad guy knew that book had the power to control the world. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think the church had already done with it, right? However you interpret the secrets that are in it. But I was going to look
The book
Go
being
ahead.
written in Braille in that story could potentially be symbolic of some sort, you know, with the Illuminati eye, the darkened eye, the blind eye, or seeing things with your third eye of some sort. But that is interesting. I had another point. I actually kind of had a question I wanted to ask. You go if you can, if you've got something. I wanted to ask about the word civil though too. If let me know if now's a good time or if I should ask it later.
Oh no, you can ask it right now. You're good.
Okay, so the word civil, because you kind of mentioned that it stands in opposition of common law, is that why civil rights and like the 14th Amendment are all kind of associated with, and like civil rights and then like legalities? Is that, are we talking like all in the same vein of thought, all in the same idea, the same concepts, where these civil rights pertain to like humans, like monsters, basically corporate fictitious dead entities? Is that all the same thing? Is that all in the same thread of, or theme?
So remind me to come back to this land, air, water, but I'm going to show you something. And this is or wait, I'm sorry, not V. Cruikshank. Whoops, Crude v. Neal, right? This will answer your question. Crude v. Neal. There we go. So this guy was he was a British loyalist during the Revolutionary War, also known as the First American Civil War. And after we were formed as a country, after quote unquote winning, I guess, the Revolutionary War,
Exactly.
they wanted to charge him for supporting Britain, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so it says this is why the Supreme Court decided to side with him. Let me just find the right here. Yeah, it says right here. So we'll read the whole section. When a change of government takes place from monarchical to a republican government, the old form is dissolved. Those who lived under it and did not choose to become members of the new had a right to refuse their allegiance to it and to retire elsewhere. By being a part of the society subject to the old government, they had not entered into any engagement to become subject to any new form that they might think proper to adopt. Now, this is the important part. This is the ancient ground on which they made this determination. It says that the majority shall prevail is a rule posterior to the formation of government. So before government was ever formed, the majority had to consent to it. The majority had to come together and say, hey, you know what? We want government, right? So that the majority shall prevail is a rule posterior to the formation of government and results from it. It is not a rule of binding upon mankind in their natural state. There, every man is independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature. He is not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent.
That
Okay.
right there. I mean, that is there. What does it say? Independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature. That right there, I mean, that says it all, because I was listening to a podcast the other day where this dude got pulled over by some police in Colorado, and he talked his way out of it in like the best way I've ever heard, because he's doing all of this stuff. And basically, in the middle of the whole interaction, he basically asked the police officers, he said, what even gives the government of America the idea that they even have the authority or the responsibility or the obligation to even try to regulate or defend me, a living man, out here just kind of in nature, in the wild? Like, where do these people even get off or come up with this idea like, oh yeah, we should be ruling over them? Like, it's such a joke. The whole idea is a joke.
He has a solid perception on what's happened. Yeah. So the government only, and that's what you have to do. And that's what I try to tell people is you have to change by learning this stuff. You don't just know what to say. Your entire perception on the system and the way it operates completely changes like that, man. His perception is accurate. Your authority as a government is derived from the consent of the people you work for. You are a utility. You see what I'm saying? We are not indentured to you, absent our consent. If we knowingly enter into a contract where we indenture ourselves or become indebted to you in some form or fashion, you have a lien upon us that we knowingly entered into in return for some benefit that we did not already have, then that's one thing. But for you to perpetrate fraud, imply consent, and presume a certain status that is unconscionable and just completely unrealistic, where do you get off on that? You don't, and you only get off on it because you have made people fluoridated and stupid. And that's the only way you've become comfortable. But we have a whole new generation of people waking up that are just a different breed. We're part of a different, maybe strand of souls incarnating here, but we see through this shit. We're not buying into the American dream and all the horse shit that you fed other people, the baseball apropos. We can see what we were. We're aligned with the founders of this country. We know how government operates. We know the dangers of it. What did I believe it was Thomas Jefferson that said the two most dangerous enemies to mankind are criminals and government. So we must bind the latter with the chains of the Constitution so they do not become a legalized version of the former.
These fools knew how to write.
You know what I'm saying? Like they knew they were wise people. And some of them were corrupt and actually working towards the opposite end, Alexander Hamilton was a piece of fucking dog shit, and I'm glad he died a slow death from a gut shot, right? But a lot of them were solid dudes that wanted people to live peacefully and live free. So here's the thing: is the reason I brought this up to answer your question about civil law is because there's civil law as opposed to common law, because common law is formed on natural law. It's founded on natural law. Natural rights are rights that are recognized as being granted to a man or woman, being granted to mankind in general in a state of nature, independent of these fictitious artificial constructs of the mind created by their fellow men called governments or societies. As in a state of nature, you are endowed with these unalienable rights, which no other individual has the right to transgress. They can't steal from you. They can't assault you, hurt you unwarranted. They can't injure you in any form or fashion or victimize you. Those are your natural rights. They can't take from you or any of these things. And it's just simple common sense. That's what made these philosophers so profound. Yet they were probably thinking this is common sense. Why would we even have to, why should the king just take this shit from us because he's the king? That doesn't make any sense. So that's common law, which is founded on natural law. Civil law is where the government, where you become a corporate enfranchisement of the government. You become a servant of the government, a subject, and the government agrees to grant you certain specific protections and rights, sort of like mafia style extortion. I
was just going to say earlier, where basically the government is a protection racket and it's a safety and security cartel. Sorry,
here's the thing. Who is the government protecting you from? Because the government is the most dangerous thing to you. The government,
they're protecting us from themselves. That's
preventing us from protecting ourselves against other people. They want to take our guns for what? Cops only show up after something's happened. What is that? What good does that fucking do? It's a responsive force. Only shows up after something's happened. Hey, this person just shot me. Okay, we'll be there. Okay, cool. Sweet. Well, if you had a gun, you could have protected yourself. That's the whole thing. So civil rights are granted by the government and they can be taken away. That's why I did a show quite some time ago called Equity Equals Slavery, because they're talking about equity. Equity is, and so here's another thing. I told you equity is the enforcement of contracts. Well, you're just like it says right here. He is not bound by the institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent, because entering into a state of government, that's why it's called a state, because it's a state of existence, right? You're existing in a state of society, and entering into that state of society is a contract. Now, originally, the Constitution are the terms of that contract, right? The oath of office that each official takes is the contract that you take out with them. They agree to adhere to this and perform specific duties in exchange for the power and privileges that they receive in return as servants, right? So here's an interesting thing. Under the Constitution, holding office was actually considered an indenture. They actually had to make a specific exclusion with indentures to allow people that are elected to office to be able to vote. So let's see, where is it at? Right here, it says representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to the respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years. So term of years, you're bound to service. It's an indenture. You see what I mean?
Yep.
It is not, you're not a leader, you're a servant. When we say, oh, this nation's leaders, that shows you how brainwashed people. They're not fucking leaders. They're servants only.
But they flip the trust. They flip in the trust on everybody, and they flip in the contract on everybody, where we become the trustees and the grantors, I guess, and they become the beneficiaries of it.
Well, that's why. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just was gonna reinforce. It's all fraud.
Yeah. So these guys. So imagine like you have. Can you see my mouse? Okay. So you have the people up here. The people come down here, say to this first box, right? And they make a state government, right? Then the state governments get together and they make this federal government, right? So we are the backdrop, right? The state is this first box, quite literally. And the federal government is the body of this text. And this text exists not to protect your rights. This document only exists to tell them what they can do. Anything that's not in this document, they cannot do. It's not open to interpretation. This thing is telling them exactly what they can do. So,
well, wait, hold on, real quick. Does it because who, I don't know who you said that, I don't know who you quoted before about shackling the government, because the government and the criminals are the two,
Jefferson.
Jefferson. So basically, doesn't the Constitution, isn't it written in negative language to prevent the government from overstepping their boundaries? So in essence, this document does tell the government what they cannot do.
Well, so I'll get to that in a second. But first, let me make this point. The creator can never be subject to the created. Okay, so the people created the state government. The state government created the federal government. So the federal government is the third down on that list, has absolutely nothing to do with the people, unless you go into like a federal dockyard or something that happens to be federal territory, which was very limited in scope, very small area. I mean, we literally had a cage around the federal government at the beginning. Like, I'm not even kidding. Look, the boundaries,
DC.
The boundary stones, right?
Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah, no, right here. Look at this. We cage them in. This is only place Congress has jurisdiction, right here. This is it. Right? That's all. And if you look at what it says on it, jurisdiction of the United States on one side, Maryland on the other, or Virginia, depending on where you were at in this diamond.
Is that Washington, D.C.?
Yeah. We caged them in. Yeah. and we put boundary stones. That's how serious this was. This is the only place right here in this little diamond. It's the only place, these 10 square miles, where the Congress had jurisdiction other than federal territories, right? So we created the state government. The state government created the federal government. Well, what the federal government did, which is what this entire congressional record's about, tool of usurpation, where it says 14th Amendment, equal protection law, or tool of usurpation, is they created a creation of their own called the United States citizen. So they bumped us from the first to the bottom. Now we're a creation of the creation of the creation of the creation. So it would go God, people, state, federal, right? Now it goes God, people, state, federal, United States citizen. All the way
as
to the
long
bottom.
as we keep associating ourselves and claiming to be that citizen, we keep claiming that fourth level, fifth level status, whatever, however far down the line it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So
I have a lot of questions.
So we cage this thing in, and then what was the other thing you had just said about? So the Constitution. The Constitution was actually drafted like the frickin' Patriot Act, bro. You know how much people love the Patriot Act? They despised
yeah.
And it was pushed through. Well, when the Constitution, we already had a functioning form of government. There was like 8 presidents, maybe more. I forget the exact number, but there were at least 8 presidents before George Washington. And in fact, when George Washington took office, in the letter he wrote to the president of Congress, he calls the president of Congress Your Excellency. Right. So the Constitution, the original system of government was too impermeable, too impenetrable for these banks and corporations to do what they needed to do. So they needed to draft a document that created a stronger central government. And see, the founders had the Articles of Confederation because they knew that the more spread out power was, the more it was in the hands of the people, as opposed to the hands of the tyrants, right? So the Constitution was actually drafted behind closed doors. The people weren't allowed to know. When you learn about the Constitutional Convention in school, they don't teach you that they had armed sentries outside so that nobody eavesdropped. They wouldn't let the public know what was being discussed. No records of what was discussed was released for like 6 decades after, right?
Did hear? Yep.
Yeah. So, and Thomas Jefferson, who was away on a diplomatic mission, went to France when the Constitution was ratified. When he came back, he was pissed. He was absolutely pissed. And look what he said.
And then is this all because of what I had asked about earlier? Because like maybe the word Constitution pertains to the restructuring of debt?
No, so I'm glad you brought me back to that point. The reason the United States took on the debt was so that the states could be sovereign. The United States was like a scapegoat of debt. The corporation, you know what I mean? The United States was like a scapegoat of debt. But yes, that also backfired on us. And like everything they do, it's dual. The fuck is that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
It's dual purposed.
Are you hearing fireworks going on in the background? Is that?
No, I heard like some crazy, like glitching technological shit. So, here's what, where's Thomas Jefferson's quote? This is not what, so here's some quotes about the judicial. One of the back doors they put into the Constitution was the judicial branch of government. Right here, Thomas Jefferson said, the germ of dissolution of our federal government is in the Constitution of the federal judiciary, which is what the Bar Association infiltrated, and that's how they took us over. Think about this. The Supreme Court rules something is constitutional, just like this corporate personhood I was talking about over here in this one case that I showed you guys, right? So you have this judge says this one thing, this chief justice says we're all of the opinion that a corporation is a person, and boom, now that's the precedent. Now corporations are persons, and even more so, now citizens are corporations. It's fucked up, right? Yeah. So, and that's what he said. He said the germ of dissolution of our federal government is in the Constitution of the federal judiciary. An irresponsible body for impeachment is scarcely a scarecrow, working like gravity by night and by day, gaining a little today and a little tomorrow, and advancing its noiseless step like a thief over the field of jurisdiction until all shall be usurped. Yeah. So, and then these are other ones like the original error. It wasn't an error. It was in establishing a judiciary independent of the nation, and which from the citadel of the law can turn its guns on those that they were meant to defend, and control and fashion their proceedings to its own will. So that was one backdoor that they put in the Constitution. Mm-hmm. The other backdoor was under Article 1, Section 8. Okay, so there's actually a couple. So here, Clause 9. Where is it?
So the Constitution gives these people the back door. Then why do we fight tooth and nail to uphold it? I mean,
well, here's the thing: so they're doing it through fraud. Like, so what they are doing it constitutionally, but it requires our consent. That's the whole linchpin.
Mm.
So the Constitution gave them the ability to determine that 14th Amendment citizenship was valid. It gave them the ability to consider a corporation a person, thereby making the United States citizen a corporate franchise. It gave them ability through the judicial branch of government to do all these things. Now, here's the other place that it gave them the ability once they mortgaged our property rights over here, right? The federal government gave itself, well, the states gave the federal government the ability to, where is it at? Just give me a second. Not there. The value, this right here, to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin, and fix the standard weights and measures. So that way they contracted that off to the fucking Federal Reserve, and then now I've somehow twisted it to where notes are actually money. But here's the big one: to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. That is what Uniform Commercial Code is. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. So this right here allowed them to create the United States citizen, and this right here allowed them to create Uniform Commercial Code. And that's the big linchpin. But all of this, again, only applies to those that are under the jurisdiction of Congress, which is the 14th Amendment citizen, which I have proven ad nauseum is not a necessary fucking citizenship like you. That is completely voluntary. Once enough of us wake up to this, there is no need to be a United States citizen. There's none.
Now, would it benefit us to, I know you kind of mentioned in the last time I was on, would it benefit us to try to, if collectively we all decided, hey, we need to regain control of our estate and regain control of our citizen? Because, I was going to ask earlier, because it was kind of was relevant to the whole conversation. So if anyone hears this, I mean, just don't take this the wrong way. It's the term slavery. And maybe the slavery is the wrong word, but like, is a work contract where, hey, I'm working for you for certain benefits, is that considered slavery? And then if so, was the system that we had in place or that wasn't in place, was it a slave system or was it a work system? And was it used just as a way to get people, if someone breaks the law, you can then control them, right? So if you create a slave system and then demonize it, then basically you created all these criminals, and now these criminals can be held in control because, well, hey, you owned a bunch of slaves, and now that slavery is blah, 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 illegal or whatever, now we can control you and condemn you. was it just a work system? Is it still a work system? Can we use these corporate fictitious entities as like our personal benefit? Would they be considered slaves? I mean, is the 14th Amendment American citizen considered a slave? And if so, does that mean that we control these people as slaves? As weird as that sounds, does that sound crazy? I don't know. Is that going to turn into a freaking viral YouTube clip? Or
I mean, so the concept of that is, yes, is the United States citizen a slave? Absolutely. It's but it goes down to that and this is in my interpretation, you are unwillingly having a lien placed on all of your property and having to work for the benefit of another without any benefit whatsoever that you did not already have under your birthright status, that being
then the 14th Amendment citizen is for sure 100% a slave.
I would say that's slavery. Yeah, they would say that it's a trust indenture and that you get the benefit of the use of currency, but I don't even know how they could even try to extrapolate a benefit out of United States citizenship, because there isn't one. There's just not one. Compared to what you're giving up, there's nothing that you get in return.
The citizens are slaves, and I think we are supposed to be the beneficiaries of that.
No, so the living person is supposed to be. So it's like this: the bank is a creditor. So United States Corporation has nothing of its own, especially when it's bankrupt, right? So you look at it in the Emergency Banking Act of 1933 and the Gold Confiscation Act. This thing is ass out of fucking nothing. And the lenders are calling in their debts. They don't have anything to give the lenders, right? So they have nothing of their own. So what they do is they turn around and everybody who's claimed to be a franchise and receiving privileges of the United States now has to turn in their gold, which made them enemies of the state. That's a whole, I've covered that in other episodes. So the government has nothing of its own. Now the free people of the states, right, the inhabitants and state citizens, they turn around and claim them as 14th Amendment citizens through, but see, then they'd say that you contracted. But at the same time, since it's an unconscionable contract, you have to have a benefit. And so the living state citizen would be the beneficiary to the trust, would be the one for whom the trust is created. But they don't recognize the living state citizen. In fact, the Buck Act of 1940 incentivized the states to basically not have you as a state citizen so they can enforce the United States revenue laws, like state income tax and stuff like that, and motor vehicle code shit and all that stuff. And so the Buck Act basically gave each of the states jurisdiction and authority over United States citizens, and it incentivized the states to not. But anyways, my original point is since the government had nothing of its own, and you had your sovereign capacity as, a free person, and they took your property rights and used it as collateral for the loan in the same way that the bank loaned the money to them, you in essence loaned your property rights to them. And so that would make both us and the banks their creditors.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I the way I've heard it explained before too is almost identical to what you just said, where we are the creditors, the banks are the borrowers. Because the banks, if you look at like 18 USC 8 or maybe it was the
technically
Act.
But here's the thing: we're considered paupers. We're considered paupers. The United States citizenry is considered paupers in a wasteland. And we're under the public charitable trust put up by the church. That's what actually pays for everything.
I thought we were only paupers if we didn't have like 25 ounces of silver on us or something like that.
Do you have 25 ounces of silver on you?
I mean, I do, but I mean, not right this second, but I did go buy silver and I carry it with me.
Here's the thing. Can you go pay for stuff with silver?
Technically, if I walk in and try to tender a payment and they reject my payment, the tender counts and I can walk out with it. It is technically then paid for.
And what's going to happen?
Well, I'll probably get, tackled by a policy officer and beat to death, but
Yeah. So without being
pay for it.
difficult with the technicalities, let's just keep it simple. As a United States citizen, do you have access to money?
Well, it depends on how you define money, but
Oh, I don't have to define money. It's defined right here in Article 1, Section 10.
and
Right,
then
right here.
access. It's
So Article 1, Section 10 says no state shall make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in the payment of debts. And actually, I've got a number of Supreme Court cases right here that say a note does not constitute payment. I showed them all at the beginning of the show. A note does not constitute payment at all. A note, check, draft, bill of exchange, none of these things. It says a note cannot constitute payment until the note itself is paid, which would then make it not a note, just make it money.
Right. It's all debt exchange.
Right. So we don't have, even according to the Supreme Court, which I bet they hate that I showed these fucking cases tonight, but we don't have money. We don't have any money. So we have no choice but to be paupers in the eyes of international law.
Well, technically, can't we discharge? I mean, technically, we're supposed to be able to then discharge the debt.
What you're supposed to be able to do is just accept. So each of these each of these debt securities are essentially like a negotiable instrument that you're supposed to be able to endorse and send to the Treasury for discharge as part of your beneficial consideration for the mortgage of your property rights. But the only way they'd ever honor that is if we get a majority of people to just start taking their utility bills and fucking, everything that's an obligation in the United States, traffic tickets and all that stuff, endorsing them, which is actually, there's a specific system of endorsing them in the Uniform Commercial Code.
Well,
and sending them to, I have it on my phone. I should pull it up one of these times.
Well, I thought we were supposed to be using the banks like, B of A and, Bells Bargo and, I don't know, Yace Bank. Like, I thought we were supposed to be using them as the intermediaries for this process. Hence why we're supposed to be able to get credit cards from, credit card companies and banks so that we can then charge up our card, then discharge it, like send that bill off to mom and dad for them to quote unquote pay it. Because since they're the ones with the gold and silver. Am I wrong about that? Am I off kilter or off base?
Well, the whole thing is so just like how our everything we use is a debt security, right? You're the one with the credit. The government doesn't have credit. The banks don't have their own credit. You're the one that has credit. So there is no money. There's only an exchange of debt, right? So what that means is you can't pay a debt with a debt. That's kind of like fighting a fire with a fire. Does that make sense? Like, all you can do is exchange debt, which makes bills that you receive, like a utility bill or any other bill, is not an actual bill representing debt. It's a bill of exchange. That's what bill is short for. It's a bill of exchange. So the great con is in making you think that you have to exchange Federal Reserve notes. You have to exchange one form of debt for another form of debt when you can, in fact, you are the only one with credit, the ability to redeem that debt. And so all you actually have to do is endorse the debt instrument that they give you and send it to the Treasury to be discharged as part of House Joint Resolution 192.
But I thought HJR 192 was like dissolved or done away with, and they embedded those codes or statutes or laws into the UFC, the IRC, the CFR, and
they're still supposed to discharge the debts in gold. There's not. So in 77, we became insolvent, meaning we don't have gold to discharge it, even if we wanted to, with the amount of debt outstanding. You know what I mean? So that's another reason why they would never do it.
Mm-hmm.
But as part of the beneficial consideration, we're supposed to be able to discharge it. But it all goes back to the same thing. We don't want to play their system. That you don't want to play their system. You want to refuse to participate in their system. You're never going to win in their system because they can just make new rules. That's what they've done. Every single person I've seen come up with a remedy or some kind of avenue to take within commercial law or regarding their estate or any of those things, they just go ahead and close that loophole up every single time. They let a few people through, and then they start hemming people up for it because they make some new rule, regulation, or statute that makes it a crime or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Now, like, you go try to endorse a negotiable instrument, and they'll say you're defrauding the fucking government or something, you know? And I seen something on the Treasury Direct website that said something similar to that. They're like, yeah, remember, this is a federal crime and all that. It's like, you just refuse to participate in their system. No matter what, you have to make an honest living, right? And that's the whole nature. That's why the IRS logo, that's why the IRS,
the IRS, it's different from the IRS Treasury logo or internal revenue treasury revenue services logo.
Well, no, the IRS logo is a Grim Reaper holding the scales.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, weighing your heart against the feather of truth right here. So it's because you have to make an honest living. And this all goes back to biblical stuff. You're not going to be able to just take advantage, give free money, charge up a bunch of debt on your credit cards and have it all discharged. That's a fantasy. You still have to make an honest living. But when it comes to the things that actually violate our constitutional rights, or not even our Constitution, because fuck the Constitution. The Constitution was designed to circumvent our rights to begin with. Our unalienable natural rights granted by God in the trust indenture, known as the Bible, which is, yeah, the guy's right. It's a trust indenture. I've said that many times. That's why this acronym, if I can remember where.
Well, if you're looking too, I mean, even just on the thing that you pulled up, it says Internal Revenue Services of the Treasury, and then you have the IRS, and these are two, if I'm not mistaken, two different entities. That's why there's two different logos that popped up there.
Look, this is all acronyms.com, which is by no means an authoritative source, but it's supposedly all acronyms, and law stands for land, air, water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this derives from, we'll go to Blue Letter Bible. This is why the Bible is a trust indenture. King James Version, Genesis, right? And we go down to says he'll give, hold on, I gotta find it. I don't know the scripture by heart, but he says that God gave man dominion over the land, air, and water. It says the fowl of the air, the beasts of the earth, and the fish of the sea. And that's what the law means, is God gave man dominion over land, air, and water. Well, these actually fall into symbolic jurisdictions. There's only 3 jurisdictions, right? Those like, so when you say like county jurisdiction, state jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, these are all venues within one jurisdiction. It's supposed to be common law, the law of the land, but it's actually maritime law right now, right? So, well, actually, United States federal jurisdiction has pretty much always been maritime law, but whatever. It's venues. A lot of times, especially in the same state, the difference in jurisdiction, the proper word is venue, not jurisdiction. You can ask a lawyer, that's the case. And the actual 3 main jurisdictions are land, which is the soil jurisdiction, the common law, the law of the land, the customs and traditions of that land. Well, first, even as a sublet to the law of the land, you have natural law, which is the law of just nature. And then you have the law of the land in that geographical area. You have the law of the air, which determines that it pervades over both land and water, because it's the law of inheritance. What you inherit under maritime water law and what you inherit under land law, the air still governs over both of it. As far as inheritance and estates. And then water law is the law of basically commerce and war. So, and that's how that works. And it just is what it is. Those are, no matter how many people want to say it doesn't stand for land, air, water, those are the only 3 main jurisdictions of law. Those are the three subjects either you're under the law of the land or you're under the law of the sea. And no matter what, both are governed by the law of the air. So,
yep.
and
even if it didn't originally stand for that, I mean, honestly, it's such a good acronym. It's like, let's just use it to help us memorize kind of what's going on here.
Well, that's what I say too. Who knows whether it was originally intended to stand for land, air, water or not, but it fits, know. And I mean, even symbolically with each letter it fits. The land's the square, the right angle, The A would be like the eagle. It's funny when you look at how the A is always represented as an eagle anyway, even though it really means an ox or a bull. But look at this fucking place.
And the W is a freaking the waves.
Yeah.
It is.
Right. Right.
They say the definition of a good system is that it works well with other good systems. It's like, this is working a little too fluidly, coherently for this to not be true.
So this is American Correctional Association, right? These fuckers. I like how they do this too. Hold on. We got to go to American Correctional Association. We're going to look it up. We're going to go to the Wikipedia page if I can find it. Yeah. And you got to see their logo. Look at this. A, and then the C with the eagle over it, over the C, right? And then the A, right? Now, the interesting thing about this, like we were talking about prison bonds and stuff like that, right? Is the American Correctional Association, called the National Prison Association before 1954, is a private, nonprofit, non-governmental trade association and accrediting body for the corrections industry, the oldest and largest of such association in the world. The organization was founded in 1870 and it's the fucking oldest trade organization in the world, dude. It's a trade organization. Yeah, it's a slave trade. That's absolutely what it is, because there's a bond created, an indenture created, and then they exchange you. And when the prison holds a prisoner, they have a prisoner trust fund, right? And they receive fucking monies from, not only do they make money from the prisoner trust fund and holding that entire fund in trust, but they also receive money from the federal and the state governments. And that's why the warden is literally, that's why he's called a warden. You're the ward. You're under their ward. You're under their custody, right? And then they exchange you to other prisons and stuff like that. That's how it works. And those prisons get to make money off you for a little while. They put you to work 9 times out of 10, and it's just a big ass slave trade. That's all it is. And then not only that, but the entire court process on your way to prison is a money-making endeavor, as the judge issues bonds and other securities. He can issue limitless number of bonds off the original bond also. You know what I mean? So you say you got a $50,000 bond, he turns around and sells that at an original issue discount to the institutional investors, which are Rule 506 investors. And they have to be approved and vouched for and all this stuff. They don't offer the shit to the public, obviously. And then the person who purchases the bond at the original issue discount gets to collect interest on it till it matures, and then they resell it. And the process starts all over again.
Which is interesting because, so I have a TDA account, and I was able to get mine and up and running and everything. And I have no idea how to buy and sell bonds, but I have an account, and honestly, I could buy all kinds of bonds and shit on that website too. And I would bet money that I could probably buy some of these prison bonds, and you do have to let them mature, and you do have to let them sit, but then you can gain the interest on it. It's really dark, man. I mean in my opinion too, the word warden and the word warrant, I always think like what are the first 3 letters? WAR. It's like, this is a war. It's a war on people. They say we're at war with them. They call us enemies of the state, or they call our citizens the enemies of the state. And it's like the word magic, the spell magic, and all this is just, to me, it just trips me out. I mean, the freaking the shield bearers and what we were talking about earlier. What were those people? What were those guys called?
Esquires.
The Esquires. Oh my gosh, it's extremely frustrating. But dude, I do think that people are. I mean, debt discharge is wildly popular all over YouTube right now. I mean, it's insane. And yeah, some of it's cockamamie and some of it's harebrained schemes, and some people
Can you
are
show me one?
rich.
Can you show me one instance? Because you're a smart dude. I just want you to use uh, the obvious intelligence that you have. Can you show me one provable example of them actually honoring it?
So, yes and no. I can show you people who are claiming to and who seem
No,
to be having success.
that's what. Yeah, okay, that's one thing. If I was a charlatan and I wanted to blow this channel up, I could make it look like I have success doing all sorts of shit.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I tread lightly and
Dude, they're
I
not gonna let you play their game. I mean, they're not, let me, they want you to play their game. That's what they bank on. They're never gonna let you win their game. Yeah, there's a reason why the prosecutor has a fucking 99.9% conviction rate. You know why? Because when those bonds are issued, if you win, they have to pay that shit.
Mhm.
They have to pay it. So, I mean, personally, like they're personally liable for the shit. So here's the thing, when like this stuff goes south, there's serious repercussions for the people involved on the other side of this. And then they do not let you win. So
Which
you
is
might be able to,
why
huh?
go for it. You go.
So you may be able to find some temporary loopholes as people have in the past. In fact, I think I have this guy. This guy is brilliant how he figured this stuff out. If I can I? What the hell just happened? What the fuck? That was weird. Hold on. Can you see that? No, probably
Yeah.
not.
No, it's up.
Yeah, it's not the right declaration. Hold on.
Well,
Somehow
we're in case text right now on
yeah,
YouTube.
it decided the thing I was pulling up decided to go to a whole different window for some reason. So I'm just gonna re-pull it up. Hold on.
You could just sort through some of your tabs. It wouldn't take too long.
No, it went to a whole other window, bro. And it's just gonna be a pain in the ass to drag it to this window. So I can just do this real quick and be faster.
I think it's your browser telling you to start a new window.
Oh shit, you should see all the windows I have open with all the tabs. My wife says shit about it all the time. She's like, you're gonna fucking crash your
we can
computer.
see.
Look at this though. So you see this right here? This guy was brilliant. However, he came and let me tell you how I found this. I was really getting on to how the whole system worked, and I realized it was trusts and estates as a result of the bankruptcy and all this stuff. And I realized that the Securities and Exchange Commission was like the most powerful one of the most powerful organizations in the country, because every single thing that happens in commerce is securities and exchange. It's securities exchange. Whether it's a ticket, whether you're buying something at the grocery store, whether it's paying a bill, everything is securities exchange. Using your credit card, every single thing is securities exchange. So I started searching for I just started typing random. By the way, if whatever you're searching for, you type in quotation marks, it bypasses Google's censorship and not wanting to pull up results and shit. And if it's anywhere within the purview of Google, which is still censored quite heavily, it'll pull up that result if you use quotation marks.
That's the flat earthers need to jump on that quick.
Yeah, it's quotation marks. Just search in quotation marks. It won't give you bullshit results. It'll give you results that contain the exact words you put in quotation marks. So then you find unique words and whatever you're looking for, put those in quotation marks, and that'll pull it up. That's how I actually validate case laws, is I'll look for words that they're not common, don't appear often, and I'll fucking put it in quotation marks, see if it appears in the case law and boom. But anyway, so this guy, it's Form NAA. This is actually in the Investment Company Act of 1940 that he pulled this from. This guy was smart. Unfortunately, I feel like Mr. Goolsbee is no longer with us because he played one too many games. But the Investment Company Act, that's what the United States citizen is. That's what they turn the United States citizen into, is a widely held fixed investment trust. Okay. So the United States citizen is for all these various organizations to be able to invest in, generate securities, right? So he figured this shit out, and this is a section in 8A. I've read it before in the Investment Company Act of 1940. If you're not an actual corporation, you're a private person or an individual, you can take control of your trust estate as a registered agent using Section 8A of the Investment Company Act. He did this shit. He presented a fucking great case, right? He said during the preparation of Form N8A, he says he was unable to determine full classification, whether he was a WHFIT, which is widely held fixed investment trust, or an NMWHFIT, which is a non-mortgaged widely held fixed investment trust. Well, if he knew what I know, he would know that he's definitely a mortgaged investment trust, and it's the former.
Wait, hold on.
Huh?
He is one, or?
Yeah, he said he couldn't, in all his research, he's unable to determine which one he is. So he's disclosing that at the beginning of this document because he knows enough to be able to qualify for this, right? Regardless of.
So are you saying that he should be labeled as the non-mortgaged one, but they classify him as the mortgaged one?
No, I'm saying that he does not know which one he is when he wrote this, but I know which one he is because of this document right here, where it says they mortgaged us.
Okay, so according to these psychopaths, they label us as mortgaged, widely held, but
fixed investment trust. Yeah.
But we're not supposed to be that. We're supposed to be
no,
the non.
We aren't shit. The United States citizen is a mortgaged, widely held fixed investment trust. You got it. That's the whole perception change. Like how that guy you said, where he was like, where do you get the fucking right to think you can come? You know, what gives you the authority? You have to change your perception. Are you a United States citizen?
Me?
Yeah. Are you a corporate franchise under the 14th Amendment?
According to me or according to them?
According to you, that's all that matters. It's not a conscionable contract.
Right. So according to me, no, absolutely not. But according to them,
so now you have to live that perception.
I've created quite the paper trail that I've got to go. I've got to go on fuck myself.
It's really that's the problem with that whole avenue. You know what I mean? When it's just as simple as fraud vitiates contracts. So learn how to prove the fraud, teach other people how to prove the fraud, and everybody just say, hey, I'm not participating in that horseshit. You want to see a video? Did I show you that video of Ryan Michael Thor?
I mean, you might have shown it, but I've only seen like maybe your last 10 or 15 streams at the most.
I don't even think I have 10 streams since I've been back. I took like a year off.
Okay.
Yeah, I had some stuff going on, but let's see here. We're gonna search.
Your whole inbox is up on the screen, by the way, right now.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I just send shit to myself. So what I do is I just send my shit to myself, and so I can pull it up on here because I don't. It's just simpler. Hold on, is it the Instagram one? It's gonna make it difficult for me to find this shit, isn't it? All right.
Well, you might need to go to your social inbox.
No, that's not it. It's just going to be way back because I send myself a bunch of shit to use on the internet all the time. Just bear with me for a second. The video is much worth the wait, though. It's definitely worth the wait. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh yeah. I also do a lot of cult research too, so don't mind that.
Well, this whole thing, that's funny that you say that, because what I was going to say earlier was that way back in the day, when the boogie monster hit and everyone was scared to breathe the air, one of my buddies, I told him that I believe that the Democrats are a cult of death. And he was like, no, it's and he rambled on about what the Democratic Party was, and I was like, no, I really just think it's a death cult. And then I came to really learn that the Republicans are really war hawks, so they're also a cult of death. Well, between these two organizations, this entire government is a cult of death. And now I'm learning all this stuff. Since then, all this has happened. I wasn't even a flat earther when the Boogie Monster hit in 2019. And ever since then, but back then I was like, no, this is a death cult. And then ever since then, that's when I like found flat earth and found all this stuff. And it's like, the more I've done research, it's like, yeah, this is a death cult. And so you looking into cults, it's not even weird anymore, honestly. It's like,
no, it is 100% a death cult. I've covered that several times on I can't find this damn video. Anyway, the guy goes in there and he basically just challenges jurisdiction. I know I've got it somewhere in my.
Oh, you did pull that up last time.
That's all he had to do. Yeah, he just had to go in there and challenge jurisdiction. He said, listen, the Constitution, he says, first of all, what are the nature and cause of the charges against me? Are they criminal or civil? She said criminal, but it doesn't carry a threat of, jail time or whatever. It's traffic court. He said, okay, well, it's criminal. The Constitution only authorizes 2 criminal courts. He says the first one is an Article 1, Section 8, Clause 9 tribunal organized by Congress, and the other one is a common law court under Article 3, Section 2. It says which jurisdiction are. And she's like, well, if you wanna find all that out, just request a trial. And he's like, no. He's like, it's not going to be it's not going to violate the or he said something like it's you need to do your due diligence, uphold the Constitution, and inform me of the nature and the cause of the charges against me if they're common law court or otherwise, because the due process or the rules of the rules of procedure are different for each one. And she's like, well, she's like, doesn't answer him. And he's like, I want to know, and I also want to face my accuser, who's my victim, and is this a common law court? And those are the only 2 types of criminal courts that the Constitution authorizes: Article 1, Section 8, Clause 9, or Article 3, Section 2. One of them's common law, the other one's military tribunal. Which one are we under right now? And obviously, all of these courts right now are operating under military jurisdiction. Okay, it's actually, I can prove that, right? Did I pull it up? I know it's got to be Senate report. I'm pretty sure I did. No, god damn it. Look, check this out. I don't think I've showed you this. This is a must-have for your collection. It proves without a doubt that they're abridging the Constitution on a regular basis, and that here, let me see if I can search it. The Senate report. Whoops. God damn it. Why is it report? Dude, this thing's messing with me right now. I put a space in it and it keeps, there we go. So Senate report 9.3. Things being difficult. There it is. Here's one of the versions of it. I'll pull it up. And this one's got like highlighted stuff, but I have the actual version of it straight from the congressional record. So it says right here, it says a majority of the people of the United States have lived all of their lives under emergency rule. This is a Senate report on emergency powers, 1973, Senate report 93-549. And basically, they're saying for 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have in varying degrees been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. The problem of how a constitutional democracy, and look, I like the notes on this one. Now, just for my skeptics, I have the actual original document. This is one I found where somebody put a bunch of notes on it, and it's also good because what he says is entirely accurate. Like he says, the United States was not formed and is not a constitutional democracy. It's a constitutional republic. Read Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee every the United States shall guarantee every state in this union a republican form of government, not a democracy. The word democracy does not exist in the Constitution.
And this is why, if I could just chime in on this a little bit, this is why in the news media, they are constantly harping on the idea of democracy, the idea of civil rights, the idea of civil liberties, because liberty means temporary freedom. And they always talk about human rights. Well, like if you look back at some of these dictionaries, allegedly, I've heard, everyone go do your own research. The word human means monster. So if you
So I've looked into that too. That is another thing I've never been able to. And trust me, dude, I do my due diligence. I research much to my wife's dismay. Sometimes I get into them and I'm absorbed by it. And I've not been able to find human meaning monster. That's supposed to be in a Ballantines dictionary. I looked at the exact dictionary they referenced. I've never been able to find it. But what I think
it's Hebrew, or it's, Jewish. Ah, shit. Sorry.
It's supposed to be whatever. Who cares? It's supposed to be Ballantines dictionary, right?
Okay.
I think it's 1939 edition, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken. That's what they say it was. That's what it's always represented as being in, and it's not there. But what is there is interesting. And it says that human is like of the form and likeness of man. Meaning that human is not man. So there could be some sort of etymological significance to that statement, meaning maybe it means something like cattle or monster and not human, So I'm not disagreeing, but yeah, I've never been able to find, I've looked for that quite, because that'd be a huge slam dunk for us, wouldn't it, if they legally consider a human a fucking monster?
Yeah, I mean, that would be absolutely bananas.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like, you can't even call me your Department of Human Resources.
I found it. Okay, so if you Google search the word, here's what I Googled for everyone. You could do this right now. Does human mean monster? Into Google directly. No fancy anything. I don't even have secure internet. I mean, I do, but like it's not like VPN or whatever. And then you click the word images, and then if you're Google searching, does human mean monster, and then click images, the word monster pops up, and the definition for the word monster means a human being by birth.
Look, you see the bottom of the screen where it says present?
I'm on my phone in StreamYard, and actually I'm at 6%, so I might drop off here in a quick hurry. So if I do, much love to everybody. Peace out. But I'll just keep running until I hit 0. But yeah, the word monster means human. So it's kind of inverted. It's not.
You can't present on your phone on StreamYard?
I don't think so. I don't know if I can. But I mean, either way, you just hit Google real quick. Just does human mean monster? Click images, and it'll pop up.
We'll do a quick Google search. Why not?
It's the law of dictionary. It's the law dictionary with pronunciations. James A. Oh, there it is. Ballantine.
Yeah,
1948 edition. It's the term monster. Go search the Ballantine's dictionary for the term monster.
I already did. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I already did search the Ballantines. It's not in there.
No. Search Ballantines. Look up monster in Ballantines.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm telling you, I literally spent probably a half hour doing this at one point.
I'll read it for everyone too. I'm at 4% people, so I might drop off. A human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal, a monster, ... hath no inheritable blood and cannot be heir to any land, albeit it be brought forth in marriage, but although it hath deformity in any part of its body, yet if it hath human shape, it may be heir. Wow, that's wild, bro.
You don't got a charger or nothing, man?
I can go grab it real quick, but I'm at 3%. I might die off. In fact, I'm probably gonna go, but I gotta pee too. So
Well,
alrighty.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
dude. Yeah, definitely, dude. This was a good one. Everyone rewatch this and just keep studying. And sorry to derail. You guys can go back, but USCIS, go look up your status as a citizen and get that letter back that says that you're not.
There was no derailment, bro. Like it's a podcast. It's just we're talking about, this is a land of indentured slaves, which you summed up quite well. And yeah, it was a good stream. I'm probably not gonna be on here too much longer either. So I appreciate you coming on, man. You're more than welcome anytime. Just let me know you're in the chat.
Thanks, dude. Will do. I'm at 1%. I'm out. Much love. Peace.
All right, later, bro.
Right.
Yeah. So the monster thing, so this right here is not like an authoritative source. This is an online collection of, they do Bouvier's Law Dictionary online stuff. They give you free legal resources. They say, again, I've seen this many times, Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, 1948 edition. Human being is defined as follows. See monster from the same dictionary, monsters. But in some part was human being by birth, but in some part resembling lower animal. I've never been able to find it. I'll show you guys my method of research real quick before I get off here if you want. So first things first, I'll go here to Yandex, right? And so I keep this open. It says Law Dictionary, 1948 Ballantine. So we'll go Ballantine's 1948, or we'll do Law Dictionary. And then we'll do those in quotation marks because this will cut through all the bullshit trying to sell me stuff. And then we'll do 1948 outside of the quotation marks. And we'll see what comes up. So yeah, it's still trying to sell me shit. So here again, we have a conspiracy website, which you guys know that I don't think that word means fake, but this is just somebody's WordPress blog, forum thread above top secret. We want the actual dictionary. So this says PDF. That is probably not a PDF. That's probably a virus. And and all the times I've looked for Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, Ballantine, however you say his name. 3rd edition. Let's see if this is it. That is probably a virus again. So I could swear I found the Law Dictionary itself, which was hard to find online, a PDF. But you can see there's just all these right to travel. That's why I say these are like intelligence operative clickbait. Put viruses on your shit, lead you down the wrong direction, make you say shit that's not verifiable type stuff, And I love that. Even if you guys look at this stuff, I'll show you guys what I did all day before I get off here. Or not all day, but a good portion of it preparing for the show. So I took... Let me go over to Yandex, the actual search browser, and I'll show you. So I found this phenomenal. Yeah, this is a good thing to end on. I found this phenomenal resource today. And I'm going to put this link in the chat as well. Copy URL. We'll come over here. We'll paste it. This is not the resource that I'm putting on here. Whoops. Let's try this again. Okay, this is not the resource, but this is the resource. So let's go over here. So this is actually, I guess, amazingly enough, go down to my favorites. I definitely saved it in my favorites. So it would appear that Harvard, this is site.case.law. It would appear that Harvard created a case law access project. Now, this literally has case laws from every state and the United States, including the United States. And every type of case law, whether it be like, say, in Cincinnati Superior Court, cases decided in the Supreme Court upon the Circuit Court of Special Sessions. I mean, like literally every single, and this is the site. This is the site location. So when you see a site of a case, this is the site location. Okay, let me get back so I can see you guys' comments and stuff. So this is the site location. And I'm going to actually show you guys how to look for a case given the site. Okay. So these like E.D. Smiths, and I'm going to go to the page I just opened, and this is Anna von Reitz, and she's kind of a misinformation CIA, I think, asset, just like David Lester Straight and stuff. But she gives you enough truth to go look at it, you know, to go see if, oh, is she telling the truth this time? Some things I've not been able to find at all, even slightly, and then some things have been spot on. But this, before you go against any attorney or try to take it to court or anything, before you make yourself look like a ass, right? Which unfortunately I've done once long ago, or yeah, at least once. You want to make sure you have concrete, verifiable, authoritative source like Harvard Law School. That's a great authoritative source, right? Especially somebody who put that much time, or a group of people that put that much time and energy in collecting every case law ever. So this is about state citizens versus U.S. citizens, okay? So you got here that says there are two classes of citizens, citizens of the United States and of the state, and one may be a citizen of the former without being a citizen of the latter. So this is Gardena versus Board of Registers. Now this right here is misspelt. This is a problem with this. Is why you know this is done by stupid intelligence agents, because this is actually supposed to be registrars. When I went and looked this up, I actually have this case right here. It's registrars. You know how stupid you'd look if you just took that Anna von Reitz citing and put that down as registers, and they're gonna be like, yeah, it's fucking chattel. That's what you are. You're a guttural pig. You don't know how to do shit. And that's how they look at it. They think you're stupid. So it's registrars, right? So we'll go back to this. I'll show you how I found it. So she says it's 48 SO or 169 ALA, which is Alabama, right? 155-1909. And then so we go to this case law. And so the first thing I did was look at 169 Alabama, which I think is even wrong. If I remember correctly, I had to search further for it. But Alabama, right? So we go to Alabama reports and we go to 169. And then I do Control F, right? And I look for, what was the name of it again? Gardena. So I do Control F and I'm going to go Gardena. Doesn't show up because that entire case citing was fucking wrong. Now, the good news is the information contained in that case is actually right, but the case citing was wrong. And that's a big deal if you were to try to put that on a motion or something like this, make you look stupid, right? Make them think, oh, we're going to have a field day with this fucker. They think they know what they're doing. All right. So Gardena, so what it actually was, and so what I did then was I Google searched the case, found the citing, and then I went back and I found it, and it was in 160. So she was 9 volumes off. 9 volumes off, right? And then so this says that we're going to find 2 classes of citizens, right? So we go to Gardena, and she was right. 2 classes of citizens. There are 2 classes of citizenship under a form of government, citizens of the state and of the United States, and one may be a citizen of the latter and not be a citizen of the former. She was correct on that one. You guys see, that's how I research, but she was very erroneous in the case citing. But I would, so that is the exact reason, and there's other ones on there on that document that are just completely not even a thing. Just don't even exist. Like which one was it? Yeah, this one, Wheeling Steel Corp versus Fox. Let's go ahead and look this up. So before, this would be like a huge slam dunk. Therefore, the U.S. citizens of District of Columbia residing in one of the states of the Union are classified as property and franchises of the federal government as an individual entity. Oh my goodness, if that's actually put down verbatim, word for word in a Supreme Court document, that would be a freaking slam dunk, wouldn't it? Yeah, hell yeah, it would. So let's what do we got here? 298 US. Let's go to this resource here. We're going to go to, we see it's US right here. Let me copy this and put it in the you guys need this resource. If you're going to do your own research at all, you need this resource. So save it, bookmark it. It's a freaking gold mine. Okay. But anyway, so we're going to go to US. So we go to US, right? Go down here to the bottom is where the US sightings are. Click that. Now she said it's 298. See where it says 298 US? So you go back to this and you go down and you go to 298. Now you hit Control F again to search and you go Wheeling. There it is. Oh my goodness. So, okay, she was right on the citing, right? The citing was good. So now says, therefore, the U.S. citizens. Notice how it uses quotation marks. Like this is an official right out of the document, right? So what I'm going to do is be like, okay, well, shit's right out of the document. Why wouldn't we? Whoops, Control F. Therefore, misspelled that. My bad. Therefore, 1 out of 1. So the word therefore only occurs once in here. It says it is impossible for one state to reach out and tax property in another without violating the Constitution. Well, that's not even close to what she said. Well, let's try U.S. citizen. No, that's so far not good. Yeah, no. And trust me, I've tried several different different variations of what she says is in here. She says this right here is in Wheeling Steel Corp versus Fox, the one I'm in right now. And it's not in there at all. So that right there would have made you look retarded. Right? Big nothing burger on that one. But because they have to use kernels of truth to hook you in, it's always worth looking. It's always worth at least checking. And now in the chat, I just put a resource for you guys that thing is like the freaking holy grail of case law. It literally has nobody can ever, so when you're on these types of sites right here, which are good to look to find like leads and different, this is where I find leads to find things. I mean, other people that claim to be part of the movement that are trying to get information out there. And I look, but I always verify. I want to make sure that what you're putting out there is something I can use and not something designed to make me look like an asshole. Because if I would have used Wheeling Steel Corp versus Fox, I'd look like an asshole. So I verified that. But a lot of our other ones are true. So like I said, it's always worth looking, guys. It's always worth looking. That's where I got a lot of the sightings that I pulled up at the beginning of this. Once I found that resource, I was like, all right, let's go through and weed out all the bullshit sightings and show people the ones that are actually correct. And that's what we did. And it was, it was good. So anyway, guys, it's about 2:30 in the morning, close to. I appreciate everybody for watching. I hope you guys have a great week. I will see you next Saturday. Definitely use that resource. Definitely always verify the information before you go. You know, we only get one shot with a lot of these normies, right? So these normies, I take waking people up very seriously, and that's why I make sure that I can prove to you guys whatever I say, unless I tell you, hey, this is my theory or this is my understanding, this is something I can't prove. I don't care if you believe me, but I'm letting you know, like, you're not gonna be able to prove what I'm saying. I'm just telling you this is how I feel. But other than that, when it comes to like law stuff and like actual documentation, what's going on, the mortgage, the trust indenture, all this stuff, I prove it to you, you know, and I want you to be able to prove it to other people because we only get that one shot. You know, there's so much misinformation. The term conspiracy theory was even designed to make people's brain literally shut off as soon as they start hearing any of this stuff. Like, oh, you're one of them sovereign citizen. Like, what the fuck does a sovereign citizen even mean? That is a contradiction in terms. How can you be sovereign and a citizen? Either you're the sovereign or you're the citizen. You can't be both simultaneous. It doesn't make any sense. And, you know, or, oh, you're a flat earther. Oh, you think chemtrails are real or all this stuff, right? You only get one shot. So if you do get somebody to listen to you, you don't want to be like, well, Wheeling Steel Corp versus Fox says that the United States citizen, then they go look it up and it's like, that's complete bullshit. Now you've lost that person forever. You've lost them forever. Now they're never going to listen to another fucking person. Well, more than likely not going to listen to another person. They're not going to listen to another person. That's how this stuff goes. You know, the truth is strong and it stands on its own. But when you're trying to get it into the ear of somebody who's brainwashed, it's a fragile project. You know, it's a very, very fragile project. Like, they're looking for any reason to not believe you. The truth is so monstrous. Like J. Edgar Hoover said, he said the individual is handicapped when confronted with a conspiracy so monstrous he can scarcely believe it. You know, I mean, the stuff when people realize, when you pull that illusion, that matrix down, and people start to peek behind the curtain and see the actual demons that are working in the background, which I find it curious that on computers, that's actually what works in the background of the computer program. They're called demons. But same thing. They see the demons that are working in the background. They want any reason to believe that you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. They want to believe that the sports game and their favorite bar and their job and their credit score and all these things are the most important things in the world. And they don't want to know that there's actually something expected of them and that there's actually action required and that things actually are. It is a constant struggle between dark and light since the beginning of time. And it oscillates with various periods of light raining, dark raining, whatever. But I'd like to think we're coming out of the period of darkness, not going into it. So anyway, you guys have an awesome night. Thank you for watching the show, and I will see you next week.